The absolute is everything and nothing, or everything and no thing, inseparably so and not so. It is both real and unreal, knowable and unknowable, observable and unobservable. Two by four, from, about, with, upon, and around nobody. It is the absolute that is everything and nothing, inseparably so and not so, of its own accord and volition. Nobody has free will. Nobody can claim to have free will because there are no single individual entities independently existing anywhere to be found in space and time. They're only appearances. They are appearances of energy fields. They are appearing as energy forms. The self-conjured self is conjured via consciousness, or via ways of thinking, thoughts, and then subjects, objects, concepts, and then communications between human corporeal body minds that appear humanly corporeal because they're thought to be humanly corporeal. That which is visibly observable is visibly observable as absolutely everything and nothing that is inseparably so and not so ad infinitum. It includes absolutely everything and no particular thing that appears as though it is singled out or separate. There is no separation. Inseparably so and not so is one way of stating that everything is immersed together, or it is the immersion of connectivity of the absolute as absolutely everything, which is both real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable. So absolutely everything and no thing is inseparably so and not so for no particular meaning, reason, or purpose. It has no meaning, reason, purpose. It doesn't require meaning, reason, or purpose. There is no requirement for anything to appear as though it is appearing as something. The absolute includes absolutely everything that can appear as something, but it is anything that can appear as something within everything that's appearing. Everything that's appearing is absolutely all ways that an appearance can appear. It's all ways. And the ways by which appearances appear is energy. The absolute is comprised of innumerable energy fields and energy forms. The absolute is appearing as though there's an infinite universe. And within that infinite universe, it appears as though there's finiteness. It appears as though there is time and space, space and time. And that everything that appears is appearing in space and time, although it is not of space and time. That which is not of space and time is energy appearing as though it's appearing as various energy forms, energy fields and energy forms. But they are innumerable. Although they are variable, and there are various appearances of that which is considered to be humanly corporeal, as the body-mind action figure, just because it is stated in some particular language does not make that permanently so. Nothing is permanently so. It's impermanently so. And it's appearing as though it's permanently so. This is one way of stating how and why at the absolute is everything and nothing, both is separately so and not so, as that which appears real and that which is unreal. It's both real and unreal simultaneously. And so what is referred to as a satsang in a traditional sense is a group of human corporeal body-mind action figures gathered together in what is believed to be a particular coordinate in space and time that is considered to be that which is appearing upon a particular coordinate in space and time, which is how and why maps were conjured. And then the idea of time, that which appears, anything that appears, regarding the duality, the dual nature of what has been referred to as reality, is comprised of absolutely anything that can be conjured. Now, that which is considered the absolute, that is empty fullness, that's appearing as absolutely everything and no thing, inseparably so and not so, but that which has also been referred to as empty fullness. The absolute is empty fullness. It's full of what apparently appears to be content, but it's not. That which appears is temporarily appearing, but for no particular meaning, reason, or purpose, and for nobody. These are just appearances of energy forms, but there are innumerable ones. The mystery that can never be solved, that will never be solved, is how and why everything appears at all. And then how and why is there this necessity, this feeling, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around that which considers itself to be human. The human being human. Then there are some human beings that conjure up the idea that we're spiritual beings, but we only appear humanly corporeal simply because the appearances are of various frequencies, and that these frequencies are energy fields that radiate a frequency of energy upon a particular, and yes, upon what apparently appears to be particular. Nothing is particularly so. Nothing is exclusively, specifically so. It only apparently appears to be so. But it is also at the same time not so. So absolutely everything that appears as though it's so, it is also not so. Simply because it is considered real and unreal. It is considered simultaneously both real and unreal. Yes, simultaneously at the same time. Now, no thing or nothing is permanently so. If that is the case, then that which is considered dual, or dualities that are considered this way or that way, in some particular way, and that there is position, that this body-mind is here, and here means a fixed position in space and time upon a particular coordinate, upon a particular piece of land, or over a particular area of what's referred to as an earth. So the world is considered to be the planet, which is called the planet Earth. Now, is this an idea or thought, or is this permanently so? No, it's both permanently and impermanently so. The experience of what is referred to as an experience of a living being, 2 by 4 from about, with, upon, and around a human corporeal manifestation and appearance of a human corporeal form. How and why is that so? Well, first of all, everything that's appearing is an appearance of that which is so and not so. And these appearances of innumerable energy forms are manifesting as energy forms 2 by 4 from upon, with, 2 by 4 from upon, with, 2 by 4 from about, with, upon, and around. That which is considered an individual human being. A person that believes they're an individual human being. The idea stems from consciousness, which is thinking. That which believes it is thinking. 2 by 4 from upon, with, about, and 2 by 4 from about, with, upon, and around itself is believed to be an independently self-sustained, self-sufficient human being, human corporeal body mind, that recognizes that it is temporary, but it only recognizes temporariness in a particular way. It will take the temporariness and say that there is so much time that a body mind can live out its life. None of that is happening. It is simply thought to be that way in agreement. There are self-conjured cells that have been appearing, and then they disappear, and then they reappear. But the self-conjured self simply believes that it is appearing in some particular way. And so it conjures up the ideas of particulars and specifics. It needs to do that because it believes that it is separate from other human beings, other appearances of human corporeal body minds. So then it needs to try to figure out and know about that. It must know about it. It needs to know about it. It's compelled to know about that because it has conjured the idea that it is alone, it is separate, and that it must develop in some way. It must make every effort to continue evolving. It believes that it must grow, evolve, move forward. It believes in progression. It believes in refinement. It's wholeheartedly believing in becoming. It believes it can always become better than it was before. Why is that believed and never questioned? It is questioned. And when it is questioned, there is what is thought to be a spiritual quest going on. So in the innocence of what's referred to as the innocence of a body-mind action figure that has no cognizance or recognition, self-identification with the body-mind that it believes it is that, but exclusively that. That idea stems from influence. It stems from exposure 2 by 4 from about, with, upon, and around other humanly corporeal energy fields that are making an appearance, temporarily, humanly corporeally appearing as a human corporeal body, mind, action figure, human appearance. And that appearance that's appearing is the manifestation as an energy form 2 by 4 from upon, about, with, upon, 2 by 4 from about, with, upon, and around an energy field that is making an appearance. Temporarily, in space and time, and not of space and time. So absolutely everything that's appearing as that which is humanly corporeal is only appearing in some particular way based on that degree of what is referred to as awareness. Is awareness required for there to be appearances of energy forms? No. They're simply energy forms. Now, when there is cognition, whenever there is consciousness, all there is not consciousness. Consciousness is included with absolutely everything else. But it is not separate. It only appears as though it's separate. That which is conjured is likened to an interference pattern, or a pattern of energy that's appearing as the absolute appears as absolutely everything. There are innumerable energy forms appearing 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around energy fields that seemingly arrive out of nowhere, from nothing, suddenly appear. And this is true in the sciences as well. Now, nobody can ever know the very first utterance of a language. That can never be known. That's what's considered unknowable. There is that which is considered knowable and unknowable. But it's both at the same time. Then there's the idea that, well, if there's that which is knowable and unknowable, is there some kind of dividing line between that which is known or that which is knowable, and then all that information is contained as a knowable, and then there's all these unknowables that will never be known? Could it be possible that some unknowables are crossing over into that which is knowable because it is becoming exposed somehow, or it is appearing? It's saturating what is considered the dream or reality. Now, what is reality? Reality is 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around that which considers itself to be an independent, self-sustained, independent entity that self-identifies with a body-mind that's appearing. There's just an appearance of a energy form, and it happens to be humanly corporeal. Is it humanly corporeal because we're saying it's humanly corporeal? Who states that? Who's saying that? Well, apparently it appears there are groups of English-speaking people that speak this particular language, and then they're agreeing or disagreeing about that which they're referring to. So the subjects that are discussed, talked about, all of it's been learned. Does it matter? Did it have to happen that particular way that it apparently appears to have occurred? No. Of course not. It's just what apparently appears to be happening. So, a body-mind begins to believe that it needs to know about itself. It believes that it is a self. It believes in all the conjurings that it self-professes to believe in. In other words, its independence is driven by this idea that if I don't recognize my own aliveness and my own life, if I do not take responsibility 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around my own life, then nothing is going to happen. Now, if we, and when I refer to as we as human corporeal body, mind, action figures, if we do not express in some particular way, does that mean we're not alive? Well, there's the appearance of aliveness. It can be stated this way. But there is no separation in any of it. It's absolutely everything that appears in anything that can be identified as something. That, of course, is included along with the absolute, because that's included with all the appearances of absolutely anything that can appear as something. It is only referred to as something. The references are made because of the learning and of the gradual development. Now, this idea of a constriction of energy, that's one of innumerable ways to describe that. Now, the Neo-Advaitin, so-called Neo-Advaitin, is derived from the Upanishads and the Gitas. Advaita Vedanta, not two, non-duality, non-dualism. Neo in a sense of modern times, just quotations around that. These are just simply words describing that which is referred to as a subject. Although non-duality is not considered a subject to discuss, it is still presented this way and expressed via what apparently appears to be a human corporeal body-mind action figure that refers to itself as a Neo-Advaitin. And it's going to express that way for the rest of the duration that it will be spending upon this particular frequency range or wavelength or third dimensional construct. It's been referred to in these various ways, that there's a dream, there's a reality. The reality is the dream's the reality. It's the same thing. An appearance as though there is a reality, there's a world. And then there's the appearance as though there are individual realities, and that the world is comprised of a planet, and that the planet is Earth-like, and it's Earth because it is associated with that which is of the planet, of the Earth. So anything that's been identified that exists upon the Earth is all broken down, and all that separation is just simply causing confusion. It's as though every body-mind action figure that will ever be apparently appearing to be born, and when we refer to as born, introduced, another way of saying that, introduced into what apparently appears to be some type of a shared dream. Now, the dream both shared and at the same time, not only just shared depending upon exposure. Exposure would be the appearance of energy forms as humanly corporeal, appearing upon various coordinates in space and time that are referred to as longitude and latitudinal marks upon a planet. It's mapped out that way. And that each particular coordinate is a here and a there. And the English language can be used in such a versatile manner, or with a versatility. It's so very versatile in regarding the meanings that are applied to the words that are spoken. Are meanings required to speak about in order to describe what has been referred to as something, as things, as separate things, and that there are innumerable separate things to describe? And so the English language has become so versatile, and the subjects and the objectivity of the subjects, the objects and the objects and the subjects about objects that are discussed have expanded to such an extent that they are seemingly innumerable. And when they are seemingly innumerable, that's the idea of infinitudinal complexification, or infinity, an infinite universe that contains an immeasurable amount of content. And that content apparently appears as though it is solid and permanent. And it also, at the same time, appears as though there is diminishment or decay. And the human corporeal body mind conjured up the idea of death. And just simply refers to as death, as decay, as energy depletion. But that which was appearing visibly observable in mirrors as though it was permanently solid. It is recognized that there's nothing permanently solid. It is both appearing as permanently solid, but it's also impermanent in the sense that the energy field that's providing the appearance as an energy form is temporally temporary. It's temporally temporary because of what apparently appears to be cycles, cyclic energy field. So an understanding of the sciences does not necessarily help anybody, but in a sense, if it is something that's going to be discussed and identified, the subject matter behind the idea of making an effort to describe that which is appearing as the absolute, but trying to make an attempt, feeble as it may be, and feeble as it is thought to be, and the futility, that it's futile, that it's a waste of time, that the absolute does not have to be figured out. And yet, it apparently appears as though it's a challenge to some human corporeal body mind action figures that take themselves to be separate from everybody and everything else. And when it is referred to as everything else, that would be simply the absolute that is that everything else. But there isn't a separate everything else out there. And then there's a human corporeal body mind, which refers to itself with pronouns, me, myself, I, and then uses pronouns of other separate me's, which is referring to the other separate me, other than the individual that points to itself and says, I am, I think, therefore I am. So if I am, and I'm capable of thinking, they're both considered to be hand in hand. Now, it's conjured. All right, now, the absolute is the conjuring of that which is considered finite or temporarily permanent. So the finiteness is the absolute appearing that way. Now, the absolute appears in innumerable ways. But that's simply what the absolute is. Now, the absolute it's everything. And at the same time, it's no thing that is visibly observable and not visibly observable. It is real in a sense that it's visibly observable. That's the degree of realness, that anything is real. So this is just one of innumerable other attempts, be it as it may, futile or not, that really doesn't matter. But just because this is being stated in this particular way, and that information is thought to be shared, or is thought to be a necessity behind the sharing of information, that it will be useful in some way to help another person along their journey, what is considered or construed as a journey of their own life that they're living. No. Although the self-conjured can think in one of innumerable ways. One of the most commonly held, shared opinions and viewpoints, the most commonly held ones, are the ones that seem to override the stream or the thought forms, thought patterns, and beliefs that are put together. And a thought that is turned into a belief is believed to be the manner by which that thought is expressed. A thought is expressed based on a particular subject or an object, as we talked to discuss about an object, using objectivity and saying, okay, this object is this way, then that way, and this is the reason why it is. The subjectivity behind that would be the subjects that are discussed, subjects that are associated with that object. Well, you have an object. What's considered an object? It's a thing. But that's already separation. So why talk about separation in some way? Everything that's discussed as a subject or as a particular thing, an object, is not necessary to discuss or know about. But the subconscious self believes that it needs to know about that which is not even so. It's not permanently so. It's not an object. It's always going to be an object. It's only apparently appearing as an object for a particular 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around a particular duration in space and time, and not of space and time. Is there anything exclusively wrong or exclusively right about anything that is discussed between that which believes it is separate from everybody and everything else? Are there subconscious cells that are grouped together in agreement that they believe they are separate from everybody and everything else, but in these agreements they're going to interact and exchange information because they believe they need to do that? They believe they need to understand and know that it's important, that there's importance, that there's validity, that there's significance, the terminal uniqueness that is felt. That kind of feeling is something that was conjured. And how did that feeling develop? The development of that feeling as the expression of a particular human incorporeal energy field continues to appear in one of innumerable ways because it is so and not so. Because it is simply mingling. Yes, it is mingling. It is coalescing. Because it is immersed along with the Absolute. So, the subconscious self believes in the idea, the subconscious self believes in the idea, this particular way, that it is separate from everybody and everything else, and it substantiates its own existence and its own independence of that particular existence, that it has a life of its own. It has, in other words, it possesses. It believes in possessing things. It believes that it can possess and control its own life because it believes it has and possesses free will and choice to do so. To treat the body mind that it believes is its own in any particular way it fancies or it cares about or it wants to. If it feels it needs to or wants to do anything about a body mind that believes it's its own, well, of course, it's going to take ownership naturally, because it feels 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself that it is independent and alone and separate. It looks around what it believes are things that are familiar to it because it has identified them. It has learned. It was thought to be. This is why it's so important with schools and institutions Does the body mind have to go because it's told to go? Well, it's going along with it because there are laws. There have obviously been laws that the body mind action figures believe they have to follow. They believe they have to follow these rules and regulations, because it all stemmed from the very first years that it spent with his parents, because his parents began to explain in some particular language. Of course, there are various languages. Now, we're not going to get into exactly how many there are, but the languages are thought to be used to communicate between body-mind action figures that appear as though they're separate. So these separate appearances, as though there are separate appearances of body-minds, that there's this countenance that they can be counted. Okay, there's one there, two there, and then grouping them. But then it gets to the point of where the countenance is so great, it appears as though it's immeasurable. And that immeasurable appearance is the appearance of infinitesimal complexification. But since the countenance is so great, and it's beyond the ability 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around a subconscious self that's trying to make an effort to count what it sees. It sees something, a particular object, and wants to count them. Right away. It needs to, it feels compelled to, it has this need, this compulsion, this yearning, this urge, the urgency to identify and know. I must know what that is. If I haven't encountered something, and I'm encountering it for the first time, I must know about that. Because that's the way I've always lived. See, it's going to evaluate, and it's going to take a life that it believes is its own. By the way, there is just simply life. There's the appearance of life, there's the appearance of death. Death is the absence of life. Life is the appearance of energy in some form. Life is the appearance of energy forms that are appearing as though they are permanent, but they're not. They're both permanent and impermanent. And that a particular duration of appearing, let's say, of a particular group of body-mind action figures. Now, these appearances of human corporeal body-minds can appear as though they're in groups. Or there's one over there singled out, and then there's the appearance of a group over here. That one wants to join that group. But why does it want to join it? It wants to join it because it believes it's separate. It wants to feel part of what has been agreed as a societal structure. A societal structure or society is just an idea. It's just a concept. And the whole idea that we're humanly corporeal and that we're self-identifying with the human species, and that's separation anyway. Technically it is, still. Because to single out a particular species on the planet, that right there is obviously separation. Because you can't separate from, there can't be intentional separation or even obvious separation. There is no separation to begin with, but the idea of separation is to say that, okay, well, here's the human species, and then over there are other kingdoms or other species, such as the animals, and then a majority on the planet is aquatic, isn't it? Not equatic, but aquatic. You know, life forms that exist and appear to live, to exist, to appear in oceans, the seas and oceans of the world. Water. What's considered water is fluidic, of course, are fluids. There's all different types of water. But is there such a thing as pure water? Well, the degree of purity depends upon the content of the water. The water can have content and have chemicals and it could have different properties, and then it would be considered some other type of a fluid, some type of an elixir. It could be considered milk, the milky substance added to water, or tea added to water, and it becomes a beverage of tea, or coffee grounds, coffee beans grounded into grounds, and then added to water, and there's coffee. Now, this human corporeal body mind action figure is expressing in such a way to point out, not to teach, and because there's nothing to teach, there's nothing to learn. When it comes to absolutely everything, there's just simply appearance of aliveness, of living things and beings, and we can describe them. When I say we as that which is apparently appearing as a human corporeal body mind action figure that expresses in a particular way. Sure, because it's in always wants to be it desires to be in the act of expressing 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around itself. It believes it's a self. It believes it's an individual self. So it's going to conjure what? It's going to conjure the idea that it is. Because it is a conjuring self. It conjures the ideas of self-worth, of reflections of self-inquiry. Yeah. What is this self that's expressing? And why does it feel that it has to? And even if it did not want to, is it making a decision not to? These decisions that are made are decisions made 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around a single individual human corporeal body mind action figure that's considered to be separate from everybody and everything else. Now, that's going to always be the conundrum. That's always going to be the conundrum whenever there are groups of innumerable body-mind action figures that are getting together. Now, if they are going to, let's say, exchange information on a one-on-one, one-to-one basis personally, you just have one human corporeal body-mind action figure appearing, apparently appearing as an individual. Now, its individuality is based on what? Well, it's based on what has been considered to be personal. Yeah. So you have personal experiences, and then there's impersonal experiences. The impersonal stems from that which is not associated with a particular body-mind action figure. Now, the particulars and specifics are all broken down. They were all conjured. All of it is conjured. Absolutely everything is conjured anyway. But the artificial conjuring is believed to be added to what wasn't there before. And what wasn't there, when we say there, upon this what's considered to be a shared reality. Now, is this reality being shared right now? No, of course not. It can apparently appear to be happening that way, but it only apparently appears to be happening. It's a funny, peculiar observance of what apparently appears to be energy. Energy forms. These are energy fields crossing what apparently appear to be meridians. These meridians apparently appear depending upon the manner by which an energy field moves about. Moves about what? Well, moves about various particular coordinates in space and time. So if there's space and time, there could be coordinates to be appearing somewhere. So a human corporeal body mind is going to say, well, you know what, I could appear on coordinate A over there, and then I'm over here at B, or I'm here at A and I want to get to B. So in order to do that, I need to move over there because I'm here right now. I'm here right now, and you're over there. But your there is considered your here. And from your perspective, there is my here. And you're over there, which is considered your here. So is that how it works? No. You see, if you express it a particular way, when I say you are expressing, that you that's expressing is not really there. In other words, a you does not really exist. Because there are no separate entities that exist anywhere in particular, that exist separate from some other humanly corporeal body, mind, action figure. A human corporeal body, mind, action figure. It's a local quality of consciousness energy form that happens to be humanly corporeal, but it is not separate of its own volition, accord and volition. It can apparently appear separate, but that's only the temporary apparent appearance that it's separate, but it's really not separate. But you see, it believes, it thinks it's separate because it learned that. How did it learn that? Well, there was considered to be a body, mind, action figure. It was innocence. And in its own innocence, it was simply living. It was living as a being. It wasn't called anything. It didn't know if it had a name. It was given a name, obviously. That which is given was given by what was considered other body, mind, action figures that it just simply spent a bit more, a bit longer duration of time, in space and time. But they took on these roles. They took on this responsibility, believing that, okay, it has been described that a human corporeal body mind appears until there's these biological processes that go on, and without explaining about how a body mind is born. A body mind could be born in various ways or introduced, what apparently appears to be introduced, born into this world or this reality, this shared reality. We're going to call it a shared reality because it can apparently appear as though it's a shared reality. Shared in a sense whereby there's a human corporeal body, mind, action figure just appearing as a local quality conscious energy form in some particular way, okay, and it appears as though it's separate, and that it has its own life to live. It appears as though it does. It appears as though it has independence to some degree. It surmises that because it thinks about it. And then that which it thinks about, it can either believe it or not. But it's in these beliefs that are held. How are beliefs held? 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around the self-conjured self that believes it's separate from everybody and everything else. Those particular thoughts are held as though they're original. That they are originally being conjured, and they never were conjured ever before. They're only being conjured 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around that particular body, mind, action figure, apparent appearance of a human corporeal local quality conscious energy form. That energy form is considered humanly corporeal. It's really an energy field, and it's still with nothing, and it's still out of nowhere, but it's still connected to that because there is no separation. So the connectivity between that which is something and nothing, something is out of nowhere, but then it's appearing somewhere. See, it's all hand in hand. It's just a matter of perspective. Do there have to be perspectives? And do they have to appear as though they're separate? No, they don't have to, but they do appear as though they are. But then again, they're not as well. They are and they are not. Because absolutely everything that appears as though it is something is appearing as though it is something, but it's really nothing. And not to begin with or end with either. No, neither is the case. Because there is no beginning, there is no end of anything. The Alpha and Omega. Doesn't have to be figured out and known about that, but still, the subconscious conscious self is the habitual offender of knowing, of knowledge. It must know, is compelled to know, it has to know. Am I living my own life? See, in these self-inquiry questions this way, and there have been these, what were considered as teachings, and then the student teacher, this idea of student teacher was conjured and it developed. No, it wasn't on purpose, it just happened to be that way. What happened to be that way? Well, groups of body, mind, action figures, seemingly corporeal, they could think for themselves, and they're believing, they're thinking for themselves. No, everybody thinks with each other. That's what really apparently appears to be going on, but not all body, mind, action figures are going to recognize that. Not just because it is recognized. Does that make it permanently so? No. It's just another way of describing what apparently appears to be so. But then, just because it's appearing so, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around, that which considers itself to be independent and separate from everybody and everything else, and that it substantiates its own independence by producing and stating and presenting another body, mind, action figure with its birth certificate. So, somehow, it all began in this way, whereby birth certificates were issued. Birth certificates were issued because it was always been thought to be the same way for as long as anybody can remember. And when we say anybody can remember, well, remember what? Remember that which is memorable. Anything that can be remembered is considered a learning. That which was something that was learned. So then that information was stored in the mind of the body, mind, action figure. There's this obvious apparent appearance of innumerable different appearances of human corporeal body minds that are clothed differently, that appear, the differences that appear is in what is referred to as race, and then color of the skin, pigmentation of skin, the outer ground crew, skin suits. But does that substantiate that there's an individual person somewhere, or that each of us are individual people in a society, and we are part of a society because of the common features or the commonalities that we all share? So just to discuss about 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around this particular body, mind, action figure, and that particular body, mind, action figure, that happens to be curious. That happens to be curious about what? 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself. It's curious about itself. Sure it is. It has a curiosity, always has. Now those body, mind, action figures that have to be, when I say be, they are somehow compelled to be curious. Because they simply want to know. What do they want to know? Well, they want to know, what am I? Who am I? Am I an individual, separate person that matters more than somebody else? More or less? No. Neither is the case. Nobody matters. Nobody's appearing as an individual person. Now, when that's stated, the body, mind, action figure hears that and says, wait, no, that doesn't sound right. No, that doesn't sound right to me. Okay? You can hear that speech. Listen to the speech. It becomes obvious, doesn't it? Yes. Now I'll tell you. When I say I'm telling you, because I'm speaking to the conjured self, that which is, and you know what? This is a conundrum, though, and it is referred to as a paradox as well. But how can a human corporeal body mind action figure, once it has collapsed? When I say it has collapsed, it has dropped, it never really was a particular individual person, like a subconjured conjured self. It wasn't individuated in any way, and it did not take the mind of a body mind and say, this is my mind, this is me, myself, I, this is my body. Therefore, if this is my body, then it has a life, then the life of this body mind is mine. It's my life I'm living. I'm living it because this is my body. No, it's just a body mind living a life. See? But it doesn't notice that. It doesn't notice it because it is filled with these ideas of learnings. And in the simplicity of its innocence, as just simply a body mind, it is no different than what has been referred to as, see, there's this identification and labeling and categorizing and all that. How else, though, is there going to be some degree of understanding behind a particular subject that's being discussed? Now, taking non-duality, taking the not-two-ness, okay, taking that and trying to turn it to a subject is impossible. It can't be done. Because then it's taking non-duality and then turning it into a subject that can be discussed and talked about among separate people. But no, that distribution of information is already readily inherent in the very presence or the beingness-ing or the isness-ing, the just by the 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around a human corporeal appearance, right there, that in itself is just simply another representation, one of innumerable representations of the Absolute. 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around the Absolute. And the Absolute is appearing as human corporeal body mind action figures as well. Another way of saying that is that it is always, in all spaces and times throughout the infinite universe, upon any Earth-like planet that harbors similar life forms, similarly appearing human corporeal life forms. And if that apparently appears to be the case, and if that's so, then it's also not so. It's both. So if it's conjured, if anything's conjured, any idea, thought, any concept, any idea, any thought, and any subject is discussed, any duality is discussed, that is just simply part of the Absolute. It's part of everything. It's just all coalescing, it's mixing, it's blending. Yeah. It's constantly cycling and recycling and blending. It's coalesced. It's immersion, coalescence. But it's not a final coalescence of anything. Nothing's finally coalescing. And it's not going to become some type of coalesced thing. No. There's just the appearances of absolutely everything and nothing. Both inseparably so and not so. Constantly appearing, disappearing, and reappearing in one of innumerable forms. The countenance of absolutely everything is immeasurable. It's always been that way, always will be that way. What way? Well, the way that anything apparently appears to be. See, there's the conundrum. There's the paradox. And see, what we're trying to describe is something that's boundless, timeless, immeasurable, unknowable. nothing can be described as though it is something that has measure, that can be measured, and that it has boundaries, and it has a form. It has a form to the degree that is the parameters are there, boundaries and parameters, such as taking the idea that an object, let's just say for example, a plastic card. I mean, it could be a credit card, it could be any little card, and that the edges of the card keeps the card intact, because those edges apparently appear to be the edges and parameters of that card. So a human corporeal body mind, in a sense, appears to be only that which is around its skin, and that its skin is its outer shell, and this is the parameter of itself. So it does not exist beyond these parameters that it sees visibly observable in mirrors. It believes that. But then when it starts to question that, it goes, well, wait a minute. I've never heard that type of questioning before. Or you see, it has not considered an idea, a concept, or a subject other than what it had learned, or other than what it had been exposed to, or most commonly confronted in the society structure that it believed it belonged to. Nobody belongs to any societal structure. But you see, those that never question in this manner, they do not question what is observed and what is considered to be a shared reality. Okay, all right. You know what? The subconscious self buys into whatever it hears, and then it discards what it doesn't believe. And those that share similar beliefs are going to gather together and form institutions. They're going to form groups and clubs. And that's just the habitual offensiveness of a body-mind action figure. That's just what it does. It expresses in a particular way, and then it looks around, sees if it can find other human corporeal body minds that share similar thoughts and ideas. But how and why is that so? How and why can a body mind entertain particular groups of ideas and concepts and subjects to discuss and think about? How is it that it apparently appears as though they're purposely creating or forming or saying that they're substantiating their own independence by saying, yes, see, I've been exposed to the English language. I only know how to express in the English language, and therefore that's what I do. This is what I do because it's my choice to do so. Was it my choice to learn the English language? No, it's just what apparently appeared to happen in my life. No, was it really your life that you lived? Well, of course it was. It was because I believed it was. And therefore, whatever any body, mind, action figure believes, so it is. 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around that particular subconscious self. That takes itself to be an individual person separate from everybody and everything else. It believes that it's human corporeal form, it's energy, just because it's just an energy form, but it doesn't recognize that. It doesn't recognize the non-duality and non-dual teachings. And when I say teachings, the words, the books, the literature, information, knowledge, 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around that particular type of knowledge regarding non-duality, not two-ness, inseparableness, empty fullness, all that is, simply this. Using the English language, it could be mentioned in so many numerous ways, because absolutely everything is already always anyway. When I say it's always in the sense of time, in space and time, but only temporarily so. But there's also that which is not so as well. So it's both. The absolute. It's everything and nothing, and separately so and not so. both real and unreal, observable and observable, knowable and knowable. And it's not 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around anybody. It's not 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around anybody. Nobody. It's 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around nobody. And yet, discussions can still be discussed. Subjects can still be discussed about. And it goes on and on. It apparently appears to be going on that way. But is it really? No, it's not really. It's apparently appearing to be as though there's separate events going on. Because in that separation, in that self-identification of a body-mind action figure is simply appearing. It's just an appearance. And it's immersed. It's mixing with the absolute anyway already. So this is the absolute. It's empty fullness. It's already everything. It's whole. It's whole, perfect, complete, just as it appears as it does. Now, it's not appearing 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around anybody in particular. It's appearing 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around everybody, actually, in a sense. So everybody that's appearing, temporarily so, has that particular capacity temporarily apparently appears to have the capacity to do what? To discuss, to express, to speak a particular language, and it's going to find others that speak that same language, and then that's going to have a discussion with it. It's going to say, hey, how's it going? It's either going to be small talk about the weather, or sports, a favorite sport team is televised. Well, but now the knowledge and the information is so readily available to anybody. Anybody can be self-taught now. Those who were self-teaching themselves were doing the same thing, but there were fewer who were apparently appearing to be that way. Now, is there a particular way for anybody to be? Well, it can apparently appear to be so. But then just because there's an appearance of a body-mind action figure, does that make that particular body-mind action figure unique? Terminally unique, special, more or less special than anybody and everything, or anything else? No, of course not. So this idea of conjuring birth certificates stems from the idea of, and the feeling, and it's so strong and prevalent, this feeling of separation, this feeling of terminal uniqueness and separateness. That this feeling, this urge to express independently, just somehow naturally appears to be the case, whereby it appears, but it's just apparently appearing. Now, the apparentness is the impermanence, is the temporariness. That's what's the apparent. It's seemingly. Yeah, but it's always going to be seemingly. For as long as there's that particular body-mind appearance, it's going to express in a particular way. Now, does it have to express a particular way? No. It's going to apparently appear to be expressed in a particular way. Once it has reckoned with, reconciled the fact that it never was that particular way that was described 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around other subconjured cells that believed in their own beliefs, that they were living their own life. And in that separation, it conjures the idea that, well, we need to figure out where you stand and where I stand. And when I figure that out, then we'll let you know. and then we can place that particular body mind, the matter by which it expresses, into a particular category. Okay, it's an English-speaking body mind. It was raised and grew up. When we say grew up, it spent most of its years upon a certain part of the planet, or it traveled, and then it just picked up. It picked up subjects to learn about, and concepts and ideas. It picked them up along the way. As it continued to be living a life that it conjured, it thought about it, it was thinking in a particular way, and it believed that it was living its own life. And it believed wholeheartedly that it had a name, a birth name, and that's who it was. And that's a who. A who is developed and originates, a who originates from that. 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around a birth name. And that birth name is provided by other self-conjured, conjured self. Now, it didn't have to be, but it was. And so it was agreed upon that in society, body minds at a certain age need to present themselves in a particular way and express themselves in a particular way. And this is where the rules, regulations, and civil laws were stemmed from. That in agreement, the best way to be is civil, 2x4 from, upon, with, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around each other, or one another. And fairness, equality, moral to some degree, morally, some degree of moral fortitude, to be a responsible type person, responsible for our own actions, and all of these types of ideas and concepts that were learned in the institutions of academia, academic institutions, learning institutions, where the body mind is going to become eventually economically viable. Yeah. Now, this body mind is simply expressing, and has been expressing, but it's not always going to express, but it will continue to appear to express regarding that which is considered to be the absolute, that is referred to as non-dual in nature. Non-dual in nature means not two. The not-two-ness of the nature of the absolute. The absolute apparently appears to have the natural nature that's been seemingly upon a planet that's been around for billions of years, and that's in a duration in space and time. And that which has been learned 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around the body minds that believe, that hold beliefs and hold a particular degree of information, and that they refer to as knowledge. I know about this, that, or the other because I learned about it. See, I learned about it because I went to academic institutions, learning institutions. I was tested. I went through the grades of development. I took the quizzes. I took the tests. The subject matter that was to be learned was tested. My ability to regurgitate information was tested. So I did that. So that granted me various degrees of learning information. And that the complexity of the information increased as the grades of development were confronted. And then they were fulfilled. The requirements were fulfilled. The requirements were the testing. Being tested in materials of retention, to retain information and the knowledge that was learned and was taken in to what was considered a body mind of one's own, the mind of a body mind of one's own. I learned it. I learned it because I took the time to learn it. See? This sense of individuality is not always going to continue. Not because it is making an effort. It didn't take upon itself to think, one day I'm going to be a Neo-Advaitins. He didn't plan none of this. It's just apparent appearing to be what's happening to it. 2 by 4 from about, with, upon, and around it. It's not a who, because it's not a separate individual person that has its own free will and choice, its own accord and volition to take a body mind that it believes to be its own and do whatever it wants to with it. Yeah. Use and abuse it however it wants to. It believes that. Yeah. It may not have been aware of it at a particular time, of what was construed of its own life. Nobody has a life of their own that they're going to take with them somewhere else and continue the same way somewhere else. No. Nobody has been able to report back and come back and say, this is what death is like. Being on the other side. See, when we learn we learn about discussing various subjects, and then when it comes to this very mysterious subject about regarding death, it surrounds death, the dying process. There's some kind of process that various body-mind action figures can undergo. And then there's these anomalies, what are considered anomalies outside the norm. And the norm would be the expected outcome of something that's witnessed within this shared reality, this dreamlike reality that apparently appears to be a shared reality. Nothing has ever changed. It's always been whole, complete, and perfect, and no matter what is conjured, it's just simply something that's going to be conjured and discussed about. Does it make it true? Does it make it false? Does it, and it doesn't have to be correct or not correct. A person doesn't have to be right about anything or in error about anything. These errors that are thought to be errors are simply mistakes about some particular subject that's discussed. Mistakes. Well, guess what? Life has been mistaken. Severely mistaken. As though life can be owned 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around an individual self-conjured conscious self. These are just body-mind attributes. Human corporeal body-mind attributes are appearing. They're appearing along with absolutely everything else. That is the absolute. So anything that's appearing as though it's something, that's the absolute right there. And it's not necessarily that the cup is saying it, the wall is saying it, the ceiling saying it. It's not saying anything. It's just simply the absolute that is seen. But it's just because it's called a wall, a ceiling, or a floor, just because something is called that does not make that so. It's not permanently that way. The way that it's spoken about. The way that it's spoken 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around any body mind. It's because the body mind action figure is expressing and making some kind of effort to figure all of this out. But it's already in its feeble attempts been so far away from the way it's always really been. They're so far removed from that, it's because they have separated themselves. And it doesn't matter if the human corporeal body mind is of any particular gender. There are so many variations of genders of a body mind. But then you can't single any of them out, because none of them are more or less significant than any other that appears. So this great appearance of innumerable human corporeal body mind action figures that can appear in one of innumerable ways is not being in any particular way on purpose. Life is not appearing on purpose. Life is not appearing as though there's meaning, reason, and purpose behind life. Nature. Nature has never had to substantiate that it had a meaning, reason, purpose to present itself as nature, because nature is just a natural appearance of appearances of the environment of a planet. The planet has various environments. All of this has been learned. Has it been learned for any particular reason, meaning or purpose? No. But it's being expressed. Yeah, sure it is. Does it matter? Does anything matter? No, nothing matters. Literally, nothing is mattering. Nothing matters. In other words, matter as solidified, permanent matter, substantial matter that can be felt. That can be felt. 2 by 4 from about, with, upon, and around what? See? This is where it conjures the idea of the who. There's this body, mind, action figure appearing. This happens to be my body. And I happen to be living my own life. No, there's just life. You just think you're living your own life. See, you just thought that. You self-conjured that idea. See? That you had been living a life of your own all along, and you never were. See, everything that you learned was not what you were. You were not that. You never were everything that was taught to you, or everything that you thought you needed to know and that you learned about. You got to unlearn all of that. And once all of that collapses and the unlearning that you were a separate individual person, and then it becomes rather clear, the clarity that everybody is an expression of the absolute. But that's just part. That's part of it in the sense that the apparent appearance of separate body, mind, action figures in a shared reality, it's just apparent appearing to be that way. Doesn't make it exclusively so that way. And it's not permanently so that way. Because it's also impermanent. It's both. It's temporarily appearing as though it's permanent. But that's not going to last forever. And it doesn't last forever. Nothing lasts forever. No thing lasts forever. So you see, this message is not really a message, just as Andreas Mueller, the birth name and birthright of the German body, mind, action figure, referred to as Andreas Mueller. That's the birth name and birthright. This, just because this has an ancestry, this body, mind, ancestral tree goes back with the Native Americans, and just because it goes back to the Indian tribe of the Anusazis of the Sierra Mountains, it's the Anusazi Native Americans, and is that what constitutes what I am? I mean, I am my birth name and my birthright. That's all I ever was and all I'll ever be. No. That was learned. That was taught. This information is taught regarding to take the ancestral tree and take that as part of yourself, part of you, and that's your family tree. That's your family tree, but no one else's. It's yours. And then when it comes to being a family tree, it's part of somebody else. That's part of that family tree. Then, okay, well, that's what really matters. Because I come from a certain, and I have certain ideas and thoughts and traditions, things like that, because of my ancestral tree. And then the birth name and birthright I was given, that's really my name. And I've never ever had any other name other than that. And I've never lived any other past lives. Well, you know what? All these past lives that are conjured is just simply conjuring the idea that there can be past lives. Or that they could have been past lives. So all of these references, all these references to the past, and all these references to the future are so far removed from just simply being. The being is seen as the presence, the isness seen. that's really what's going on. That's what really matters. This is the absolute appearing. And it can appear as the past. And if there's memory of a past, of appearances that a particular body mind had presented itself a particular way, that's just the reverberations of the imagery, of the energy forms that appear that way. It's just that smoke. Just as smoke appears and it dissipates after a while. Well, the same with body minds. The body minds and the lives that they led, and the things that they thought they did. See, they thought they were doing things that mattered, and then they thought that they were involved and engaged in some particular hobby. There's so many different ways to approach this idea of separation, and to discuss and talk about it, discuss about it. Sure, we can. All these dualities. That is discussing what we're not. So whatever we are not, when we say we as human corporeal body mind action figures that are appearing, yes, this in a sense is a type of a club, but it's not an exclusive club just for particular body minds. No, this is for all of them. Absolutely any, in fact, throughout the infinite universe. These humanly corporeal types, 2 arms, the standard form, the human corporeal form, 2 feet, 2 legs, 1 torso, 2 arms, and then the central computer, or the mind of the individual person. So many different ways to approach and explain this, to say, even statements to say that you are what you're looking for, and whatever is appearing, and whatever appears as though it's exclusively real or unreal, it's not. It's just an apparent appearance of something. It apparently appears as though it's permanently real, and exclusively so, but it's not. But some objects referred to as steel, let's say, something that is very solid and solidified, very strong to the touch, or wood, a wooden platform, or a piece of wood, or let's say even linoleum, or even concrete. All these different surfaces of an object, and especially floors or walls or ceilings. Two by four from about, with, upon, and around this particular body mind that simply seemingly decided to become involved with the Neo-Advaitins and to share information behind non-dualism or non-duality, and just discuss that. And it apparently appears to be referring to that which is already, as everything already is. So, as everything already is, whole, complete, and perfect, just as it's always been, the Neo-Advaitin expresses in this particular manner, in this way. I don't mean in particular in the sense that, oh, well, this Neo-Advaitin is expressing what really matters, and don't be listening to any other Neo-Advaitin, because they really don't matter. This Neo-Advaitin matters. You will receive all truths You will receive absolutely all truths behind non-dualism and non-duality. I can promise you that, sir. No, don't have to make you any promises. Don't have to make anybody any promises. Promises are not necessary for the absolute to already be whole, complete, and perfect just as it is. So no matter what the self-conjured self professes and says, well, I'm a guru, I know better, and I need to help others understand because they need to become my devotee so that I could be their guru. I'll be their teacher, they'll be my student. No. See, but this is where the idea of the teacher-student relationship developed from, and the guru of the devotee. See, that concept, that idea stemmed from it. In the belief of superiority, or of greater awareness, greater knowledge, greater responsibility, that some human beings have always been qualitatively better than other groups of either corporeal body, mind, action figures. See, the satsang type of presentation, whenever a satsang is held, wherever and whenever a satsang is held, it is to starve the questioner. Starve the questioner of what? Starve the questioner of individuality, of terminal uniqueness. Starve the questioner of all those beliefs, the 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself, and it believes in individuality and terminal uniqueness and of its own birth name and birthright. There. That's not necessarily helping them, but it's simply pointing out. And then once that's recognized that there are no separate individual people living in a shared reality, then it can continue on and simply be in silence if it wanted to. It's that easy. It could not say a single word ever again to anybody if it wanted to. It could. It could go spend the rest of its life in a cave up in Tibet and the Himalayas, isolate itself from all other appearances of human corporeal body minds that are in agreement that they exist within and or with the societal structure or society in general. That they're part of the human race and they exist and live that way. No, there's just life. Nobody is living in some particular way. All of that's conjured. Just the idea of thinking, well, I have a birth name, birthright. I know where I lived. I could go back and go to my mom's house, and she has family albums, and we could flip through the pages, and we could say, oh yeah, I remember when you were that age, that age. I remember when we were that certain place, and all of that. Does it really matter? Well, sure it does. It matters 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around that particular body mind, and that particular body mind action figure's family, and the life that they led. They led a certain life, and they're still living a certain life in a certain way because they are choosing to live their life in a certain way. No. These choices are made. It's just a story. It's just conjuring its own story, and it's just adding more chapters to its own story. As it's going through its own story, it believes it's living its own life, so that's its story. The self-conjured self is living in a story of its own terminal uniqueness, and that it believes it had a beginning and it will have an end. And that's all that life's about. Life's about being born, living your life, having certain personal experiences, then dying, and then there's nothing else after that. So, was there any significance behind that life that was led? Did it really matter? No, it could be thought about in that way. A body mind action figure can entertain that idea and think, well then, if that's the case, why should I just keep on living? I might as well just jump off a bridge and take my own life or do whatever. See, no. See what it's saying? Oh, taking my own life? No, there's just life. It's not taken anywhere. No. But this commitment, if there's a body mind action figure that says, I might decide to commit suicide. And when it says committing, it's making a commitment to take out its own life and saying, "Oh well, I have a life of my own, but I'm going to remove it. I'm going to take it away out of society, so I'm no longer a burden to it, or I no longer have to deal with it, or no longer have to engage with that societal structure, society." No, it's just simply apparently appearing around people. That's all that's going on. There's just people. And the body, mind, action figure groups of them are considered people. A person is considered a human corporeal body, mind, action figure. A local quality of consciousness energy form. Oh, wow. That is amazing, isn't it? It doesn't have to be amazing or not amazing. All of these descriptions behind a particular body, mind, no one particular body, mind, action figure appearance, just a temporary appearance of one body, mind is no greater, no better, or no worse than any other. And it's going to express in a particular way based on what it believes. It doesn't have to do that. It's already being. Again, it's already the absolute. It's already the absolute appearing as it does. But it doesn't have to substantiate that. It does not need to speak of it in any language. A body, mind, action figure as a representation of the absolute does not have to substantiate its own appearance or its own existence, or that it has existence of its own, because it doesn't. So therefore, why would it bother to say anything about that? It doesn't. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to speak of this at all. And even if it thinks about it, it doesn't even have to think about it. No. Because thinking, consciousness, thinking and stating and making statements and sharing information, all that doesn't matter. There's beingness. There's beingness. You know, that is always. That's the part of the absolute that apparently appears to be always. So no matter what way is conjured or thought about, it is that and even more than that. It is that is unknowable as well. So not only is the absolute that which is knowable, but it's also that which is not knowable. Because it includes it. Includes absolutely everything. It's already set up. It's already set up. Just because it somehow appears 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around somebody all of a sudden, it's never been exposed to some particular thing, or some particular idea to think about. That doesn't mean it never existed. But existence, though, existence is referring to permanent presence of something. There's no permanent presence of anything. No, there's just both that which apparently appears to be temporarily permanent, but it is also impermanent. But is it more so impermanent than it is permanent? No. It could be construed that way. It could be thought about in either way. Going the impermanent side more, or going more to the permanent side of things. See, it's just in the thinking. It's just conjuring the idea. It's all conjuring. It's conjured. The subconjured self lives in a reality, in a world, in a dream-like reality, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself. So it conjures all those ideas all day in and day out. All it thinks about is myself. See, it only thinks about itself. Well, if it did it wouldn't be able to take care of itself. Now, would it? No. It was already being. What being taking care of itself? This function, this obvious function of body, mind, action figures, but that does not make you terminally unique. Does not make that particular body, mind more unique or less unique than any other body, mind, action figure. It's just an appearance. It's just appearing. So get used to it. Live with it. So what? Do you have to get used to it? No. See? It's free. It's freedom. The absolute is radically free. And it is freedom. So the liberation does not need to be sought, because that which thought it need to seek liberation was already liberated all along. It's always been free. It's always been liberated. Liberating 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around itself? No. No, it did not need to substantiate that. Never needs to do that. Never needs to proclaim proclamations. Claiming ownership of anything? No. Nothing needs to be claimed. Nothing needs to be proclaimed as well. A neo-Advaitins doesn't have to proclaim that, oh, look, I know all about non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, check out my website. Oh, look, check out my Facebook pages. Look, I'm better than everybody else that's expressing that way. No. No, of course not. There's just so many different ways. Because it's part of always. It's part of all the ways there could ever be a way. Always. And even the ways that cannot even be conjured or thought about yet. And once they get conjured, does that mean, here's a new additional conjuring? Now we need to add it to the archives of all the other conjurings. No. They don't have to be collected or gathered or put into some kind of library and categorized and all that sort of thing. It's not necessary. Well, this body mind action figure that's been expressing as a neo-Advaitin is going to take another neo-Advaitin that speaks of the subject of non-duality, which is not, of course, a subject, it's just a fact. It's just a fact that there is no separation. That everything and nothing is inseparably so and not so. And it's always been this way. Always will be this way. Always has been. But you know what? It's not only always been this particular way or that particular way, it's always all ways. So any way that can ever be expressed 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around any body mind action figure throughout the planet and throughout all Earth-like planets throughout the infinite universe, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's just simply expression. It's just simply part of the content of the absolute, of absolutely everything and nothing. Except for so, not so. Cabrones.
Yeah, what to say? I mean, basically, basically there is no message. There is nothing to say in the end. So, what apparently happens, is all there is, and there's nothing too much, and there's nothing that can be taken away from what happens. So it's just everything. It's naturally whole, and it's naturally everything. There's nothing to find in what happens. There's nothing to gain something from what happens. It's just all there is, and at the same time it's empty. So there's nothing in there to find. It's just everything and nothing. It's full and empty. Sitting in a room. It's not an it. It's not a separate it. It's
Why isn't the video continuing? There seems to be some type of a pause there. I'm going to change it back to the camera. That's fine right there. But then when we go over here and then we try to bring in that frame, look at the frame doesn't change. It was staying that way. Might be having to do something with the settings. I had to reset the screen camera program in order to get this to work. Pause this for a few minutes. had to reset this. I had to download it, the screen camera program, compared to the recordings that I had in the past. It's going to really affect them in some way. I'm trying to get the settings back. This is another copy of the screen camera program. I had to change computers, and then changing that, the previous screen camera had a certain signature, and it wouldn't. It had a certain type of signature, just as a body mind has a fingerprint. Well, there's an imprint. There's a type of a fingerprint that a computer also has with some of the programs that are used. That happens to be one of the factors of the manner by which a program is added to a hard drive. But anyway, I'm not going to get to the technicalities of that. What we're trying to simply do is share some information about the so-called Neo-Advaitin movement in these times, 2020 so far, but this particular body mind has been expressed in this way since 2016. And so, but prior to 2016, this particular body mind believed that it was living its own life, and that this body mind was its own, that it was living its own life, and that it was doing that of its own accord of volition. It had free will. And it believed in its own birthday and birthright. It believed that it had a certain family. And no, that's not to say, oh, how sad though. I mean, it's like he's ignoring his family now. No, the body mind action figure continues to recognize that yes, we shared life as a family, and I had parents, and that was fine, and they expressed a certain way, and all these different things and actions that were appearing to be going on. All of that, sure, has a story. Every body mind action figure has its own story to tell. Sure, it has a story to tell, but that does not mean it's its own story. It doesn't have ownership of it, but in a sense, it does. Because why? Well, authorship. It believes it has authorship of its own life. And this is how and why it works regarding copyrights with literature and books. Say, I wrote a book, so I'm going to sign it with my own signature because it's mine. See? Sign it with a signature. There it is. I have a birth certificate. That's how I know I am my own person. This is my own body. I'm living my own life. I have my own birth name. I have my own birthright. I have my own family. See, and then I have my own books that I'm going to write, and I'm going to sign my name on them because that's my signature that I'm coming up with. See, the me, what I did. This is me. I did. I am because I did something, and I know I did it because I can think about doing it. If I can think about doing an action, then I know I'm doing an action, and I know I'm living my own life because I can take action of my own life. See. And so that terminal uniqueness, it is so self-centered to that degree that that conjured self cannot let go of it. It has ego, and then it says, listen to that, this person, that person, or another person. And so it begins to judge. It criticizes and judges other people that it believes is being a particular way. Oh, no, they're being this way. No, they're being that way. No, I think they're being this other particular way. See? Judging and criticizing. Some conjured selves are real good at that, at judging each other, because that's where it all stems from. It stems from individuality and terminal uniqueness and specialty and self-centeredness, and this is where all of those other silly emotions come in and stem as well, regarding even modesty as well. Oh, look, I'm more modest than that other person. Or, being envious. Oh, I'm envious of what they have. I envy I wish my life was like theirs. Well, I wish I had a whole lot of money like that person does. See? To have and to hold, and that's what life's all about. If you have something, you possess something, your possessions. What are your personal possessions? Personal possessions. Yes, this is my coffee cup. Speaking of coffee, I need to go and reheat that. Mm. The next batch, because this is cooling off too much. Pause this. So this body mind actually is going to refill its coffee mug. Take a pause. Oh wow, isn't that special? Back in a few moments. Let's pause this. So it's trying to keep the video player to also capture playing the video at the same time. The audio's fine, but the video track doesn't seem to be in sync for some reason. See, if I put it back there like that again and try to play it some more.
Or something. What we talk about is sitting in a room,
So there's a
being
delay.
you, being me, and thinking and chairs in the room, all of that. This is empty and full. This is everything and nothing. And one could say the whole idea that there is anything additional to find, that there is an additional realization to what happens, would be part of a dream. And what we would regard as the dream today, just as a story, what we would regard as a dream would be the experience to be something in contrast to all the other things, which I'm not. One could say this is the dream. There is something in here which is me, presence, awareness, consciousness, a soul, a person, something in here which is separate from everything else. This would be seen as the dream.
Well, without being so concerned about synchronizing the video, you still hear the audio as well. It doesn't have to be perfect recording, right? So, just what really matters is not the appearance of the messenger, never was. It's not the appearance of how it looks, how it's presented, how anything appears or looks. It's the information. It's what is being conveyed, what is being shared. What are we referring to here? You know, and that's the message of non-duality, Advaita Vedanta. So what was stated in that segment there, that section of Andreas Mueller, that particular Neo-Advaitin, the birthday and birthright of Andreas Mueller. Andreas Mueller, someone from Germany, simply expressing as one of the latest Neo-Advaitins, that's referring to non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, the not-two-ness, and it's expressing it in a particular way. And yes, each body, mind, action figure, Neo-Advaitin has a particular way of expressing and sharing the message regarding non-duality. And that message is referred to as a message. It's just information. Now, can it be used in any particular way? No, it's just simply a recognition. Just simply a recognition that everything and nothing is inseparably so and not so. And even stating it in the English language, it really doesn't matter if it's believed or not. It's just a fact. It's factual, and it's just the way everything simply is. It's just this. It is. It is, and it's not. It is and it isn't. It's real and unreal. It's noble and unknowable. It's observable and unobservable for nobody. 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around nobody. And 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around nothing that matters. It has no meaning, reason, or purpose. It's just the apparent appearance of content, of energy fields, innumerable energy fields and energy forms of countenance that's immeasurable. So to be labeling and describing and using words in any language to describe it that's futile in that sense, because everything is always, always, and it's infinitudinal complexification, and the countenance is too great, so trying to label it all is impossible. It can't be done. Besides, nothing needs to be done anyway about anything. Nothing needs to be done 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around. Nothing. Nothing has to be done. Everything has already been done all along. The setup, it's already set up. Set up just as it's set up. So if an apparent appears to be set up a particular way, it's not set up in a particular way, because there are no particulars, there are no exclusivities of anything. Nothing is exclusive. No thing is exclusive. No thing is independently so. No thing is separately so. No. The absolute is both. Inseparably so and not so. Ad infinitum. It's everything and no thing, inseparably so and not so. Ad infinitum. Because everything that's always, always, in all spaces and times throughout the infinite universe, upon all Earth-like planets that are both knowable and unknowable, Earth-like planets throughout the infinite universe, infinitudinal complexification is beyond measure. The countenance is too great, it's beyond measurable, beyond measure, it's immeasurable, beyond measure, and it is unknowable. That which is knowable is knowable, and that which is unknowable is unknowable, but it's both. It can be both at any given space and time, anywhere. It can be discovered as that which was not once unknowable, and then it becomes known as unknowable, or there's still that which remains unknowable and never becomes knowable. Now, is there becoming of knowing and not knowing? That which is knowable and that which is not knowable? Is there an exchange that happens? Don't really know. Even if we did, would it matter? And when I say we that is comprised of the body, mind, action figures, okay, that are discussing the subject regarding non-duality to a certain degree. And since knowledge has no boundaries and nobody can know all knowledge that is knowable, because there will always be knowledge that's unknowable. There will always be that which is unknowable. That's why nobody could ever know everything. Nobody can know everything, because everything also includes that which is unknowable. So nobody can know about everything and no thing. Nobody can know about that, because there's still that which is unknowable. So nobody can know that which is knowable and unknowable both at the same time. Oh, it could profess that it knows a certain degree of information that it has gathered 2x4 from about. 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around itself through a certain amount of years, a certain duration of impermanence, yes, for a temporarily indeterminate duration in space and time, and not of space and time. It's always been that way. Will always be that way. It will always seemingly be a particular way. But really, it really is always all ways. Both those ways that can be conjured and those ways that can never be conjured. So you have the self, conjure self that conjures, self-conjuring is 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself. And that's the way it lives. As a life of its own. It believes it has a life of its own, so it's going to be living life in a particular way, but it's not. It only thinks it is. They're just simply life. Life living through. Life showing up and expressing as lived through. But it's an activity of living So it's living through the apparent appearance of a human corporeal body mind. Just as all other life forms, life's being lived through it. But for a temporarily temporary, indeterminate duration. In space and time, and not of space and time.
And the whole idea that there is anything additional to find in sitting in a room, in being me, in experiencing life, would be part of that dream to be something, of that experience to be something. The apparent dilemma for the person is that this need, the longing for wholeness, the seeking energy for anything, will never be answered. Because the experience to exist, so to speak, is the cause for the longing, is the cause for the seeking energy. So what we talk about today, liberation, so to speak, which is already a story, liberation is not something that happens for the person. It's not something that happens for that me, so to speak. It's not another experience. One could say what we talk about, or what we point out, is that the whole experience to be something and to only experience life, to only experience a room, to only experience being me, so to speak, being that body, is a dream. It's an illusion. And the whole need to find something, the whole need to gain something from what I experience, is part of that illusion. It's not only that nothing can be found, it's also that actually nothing has been lost. It's a dream that I still need something.
Well, not only as though something could be lost, but nothing could be gained as well. It's neither an addition to what already is, and nor is it a removal of something that is. So you see, it's neither something additional, new. There's a new life. There's a new extra body mind now. There's a new life that's been added to the absolute. No. Mm-mm. And there's nothing taken away. Everything and nothing is always inseparably so and not so. It is not exclusively so, and it is not exclusively not so. Everything is so and not so. So the absolute is always. It's always been set up. It's set up to include absolutely everything. It's whole, it's perfect, it's complete, perfect balance, all of it. Including that which is unknown, that which is unobservable, that which is unreal. Includes that as well. There are no exclusions. Nothing singled out. There is no separation. We are what we're looking for. You are what you're looking for. That which can be perceived that which is thought to be perceived is not exclusively so. For there are no separate perceivers of anything. There are no separate conceivers that are conceiving an original thought and idea of one's own. Thoughts and ideas are believed to be conjured 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around a separate individual entity that's separate from everybody and everything else. But that's not what's happening. That's conjured. So anything that's considered illusion is conjured as an illusion. So the impermanence is not producing illusion or dream or any kind of dreamlike state. That's not being produced that way. There is no production of any type of illusion that is going to have an impact on anybody. there's nobody for anything to have an impact upon, because it's part of everything anyway. So the apparent appearance of body mind action figures that are appearing have no impact on absolutely everything. Everything's already always been. And then along comes another body mind action figure and saying, well, I'm an addition. I'm a new addition. I'm a new person. I'm an extra person that's being added to that which was not already. No, that's not the case. It apparently appears to be the belief, 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around that self-conjured conjured self that thinks in terms of terminal uniqueness and individuality and separateness, self-identification with itself. It's the appearance, just the mere appearance of its own body-mind action figure that's a visibly observable mirror, as it believes it is that. It can stand before a mirror. That human corporeal body-mind can stand before a mirror and look at its face and say, this is my face, this is my image, this is my head, this is my neck, this is my torso, those are my legs down there, these are my arms, these are my hands, these are my arms. They're mine. Because I am this body that you see before you. And I am this body that I see before me in mirrors. And this is what I believe. I believe it because I know it. And I know it's so. I know it's true. I know it's true that I live my own life because I know it. That's how I know that I am an individual person that's special, terminally unique. See, that's the way the self-conjured self thinks. It thinks in terms of terminal uniqueness. It thinks in terms of individuality itself, identification with itself. That's the conjuring. That is the self-conjuring. It perpetuates that, and it's a loop. It's a vicious loop. And it just repeats itself like a broken record. It just goes over and over. And I am so-and-so. I have the birthday and birthright. I have a birth certificate one day after I lived my life fully all the way and done whatever I wanted to do and did whatever I thought needed to be done. And then I'm going to die. And that'll be the end of me. And then I will be nowhere else to be found ever again. So, which is it? So, which is it? Am I alive as an individual person? And when I was born, that was the beginning of my life, and the end of my life is going to be when I die, and that's it. So, how is that? How would that be any more special than any other body-mind action figure that lived its life in some particular way? That it believed it lived its life in some particular way, and the life that it was leading was just simply whatever apparently appeared to be happening 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around that particular body-mind action figure. That was self-identifying with itself. It was self-identifying with that self that believed it was that body-mind. The body-mind that it saw before mirrors. When it stood before a mirror, it said, well, this is what I am. I'm that. Plus, I'm also my thoughts, my ideas, and my beliefs, my viewpoints. So, this is why I have a body of my own, because I have a mind of my own. To think about things, to think about anything that I want to think about and believe. Whatever I want to believe. I could believe whatever I want to believe in, and then I could discard anything that I don't believe in, and that's going to be my opinion about all these various knowables, that which could be known, all this information that could be known about and shared, and talk about that, to discuss it. Well, see, expressing different way, but you might kind of say the same thing, but just in a little bit different way.
It's just a dream that there is an I who still needs an additional realization, who needs to find fulfillment, who needs to find joy or peace as an ongoing state. There is no such thing. There is no such thing as a person, and there is no such thing as personal enlightenment or personal peace or joy or fulfillment and all that stuff. It just doesn't exist. One could say that's why no one really succeeds in getting there. It's not because there is someone who doesn't manage. No, there isn't anyone in the first place. So all those attempts to become whole or fulfilled are just circling around within the dream. It never leaves the dream. Nothing becomes realized in that. Never. It's just circling around an illusory reality.
Well, what apparently appears to be circling around is not circling around anything, really. That which is stated, it is either stated carefully or it's just stated, just for something else to be stated. Because a body-mind action figure, if it is going to be a self-professed Neo-Advaitin, and even if it's not going to be a self-professed Neo-Advaitin, even if it's not going to be relegated to that which is considered a Neo-Advaitin speaker, speaking of Neo-Advaitin, it's going to express in various ways. And if it's going to express using a certain degree of descriptors or descriptions and information, if it's going to share, it is going to be always limited to the degree by which it is familiar with a particular language, and then certain parts of a message of Neo-Advaita are going to be either waning, they're going to be lacking the degree of, let's say, those main factors behind that which is what we're not. So what we're not is the body mind. And what we're not are all these thoughts that are conjured. We're not the body mind and we're not those thoughts. So what are we then? Well, we're just energy fields. Okay, and these energy fields, are they appearing in some particular way? Well, these particular energy fields are appearing as human corporeal energy forms, local quality of consciousness energy forms, for an impermanent, indeterminate duration in space and time, and not of space and time. And yet there are innumerable alleged beings throughout the infinite universe, and that they somehow can appear upon this Earth-like planet and then disappear and apparently appear to go or exist somewhere else upon some other third-dimensional construct. Third-dimensional construct, the ground crew of Gaia. The ground crew. What are the ground crew? Well, those are the appearances of not only the human corporeal forms, but everything else that appears as though it's a form that comprises the content of what apparently appears to be a reality base. And the reality base has been referred to as a third-dimensional construct. Third-dimensional construct, in a sense, that which can appear as a third-dimensional construct is appearing based on the observance 2x4 from upon with upon 2x4 from about upon 2x4 from about with upon and around. that which apparently appears to be humanly corporeal, that which apparently appears to be singled out or independent as a separate individual person. It's separate from everybody and everything else, but it's not. It's only the appearance that way. So it was a mistake all along. It was a mistake. And it is a mistake for any body-mind action figure to take itself to be a separate individual person when it's not. It's never been that. But in the habitual offensiveness of a body-mind action figure, it takes on its own appearance as though it's its own body. It is looking upon its own body through either a mirror, or if it looks down at the other parts of that body, things you consider, oh, these are my legs, these are my hands, and it's going to take ownership and everything else that comes in conscious contact with it. Well, whatever that particular body mind comes in conscious contact, it's going to claim it. It's going to claim that which it believes is something. Coffee mug. My coffee mug. No, it's just a coffee mug. Sees a rabbit hopping along in the wilderness. It's not, it's my rabbit. Don't get Oscar going. Don't say that too loud. But I do know he wants to play with a volley, though. This volley right here, I know he wants to play with that. You know how I can tell he wants to play with it? Look how badly he wants to play with it. He'll go up on my chair and lean up upon it so you can see how badly he wants to play volley. Did I get him in the view? Let's see if he can come up here. Yeah, you see him? See, he wants his ball. It's made out of this plasticky bits that it's supposed to clean his teeth. But this is one of several other volleys he has. He wants to play pitch. So we do this for a lot of time. A lot of time, Zoe. These pitches it downstairs and brings it back up. Oh. Anyway. So this body-mind action figure one day collapsed. And when we say collapsed, and when I say we say, because there are other body minds that have somehow noticed. And that recognition is not so much a recognition from cognition. And see, cognition, cognizing something, is claiming to know a subject, an idea, concept, seizing it and saying, oh, I know what you're talking about. But you see, when they say that, if a body-mind action figure proclaims and says, you know what, I know what you're talking about, I say, well, how do you know that? Well, I know it because I can keep that in mind. Keep what in mind? My mind? No, there's just a mind. And information's kept in the mind. How is it kept? Memory. But does that make it my memory in my mind, and those memories in my mind are my thoughts? No. They're claimed to be, and then ownership is taken. See, so that's the mistake. Well, I'm living my life. No, there's just life. Well, I know I have a mind of my own. No, there's just a mind. There's just a mind of a body mind. That's it. That's just it. Does it belong to you, and does it belong to me? Am I a me for my life to matter? And then, no, see, that's the way it used to think. And many body minds used to think that way prior to the collapse. And when we refer to a collapse, it's always collapsing. The collapsing is commensurate with the indeterminate duration that the body-mind action figure appears to be temporarily so. It's being temporarily so, for an indeterminate duration in space and time. But it is not of space and time because it's impermanent. So it's boundless, timeless, it's energy. It's an energy field that's appearing as a human corporeal energy form, a local quality conscious energy form that happens to be humanly corporeal. And that announces that here I am, or it wants to proclaim. It wants to announce and say, hey, look at me. Here I am, this is me, I'm right here. And so, are you? Where are you? Well, I'm here. Where is here? Is here a particular coordinate in space and time? Well, it's a figure of speech. Well, what do you mean figure of speech? Whose figure of speech is that? So you see, you can continue to question. Who knows what they are talking about? Does anybody know what they're talking about? And if they do know that, does that matter? No. It only matters 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around that which believes it has a mind that matters and it's living a life that matters. 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself. It's a legend in its own mind. A self-conscious, conscious, subconscious, the idea that it's living its own life and it has a body mind of its own and its birth name and birthright, and when it was born that was its beginning, and it has a family of its own, it has parents, it'll always be biological parents. If it was an orphan, it was abandoned and it lost its parents in society, and then there's all these various stories of how a body mind action figure appeared. And then at some point it began to take on beliefs. Took on beliefs right around a duration in space and time after about 12 to 18 months. A duration in space and time of about 12 to 18 months, it begins to learn. Once it begins to learn that which is taught to it. What is taught to it? It begins to learn that which is taught 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around a body mind that begins to believe that it is terminally unique in some particular way, based on information that it's taken on aboard a mind that it believes is its own mind, to take on aboard information and a knowledge base, and then it begins to learn. It begins to learn by going to school. Why is it going to school? Because it's going to become economically viable and be part of society. What is society? Societal structure is the group of human beings on the earth that are becoming part of the club, part of the human race, part of society, part of the grid system of the monetary system, and then a job to go to, and then earn money, and then it can have shelter and acquire all the basic necessities. There's various degrees by which a body-mind action figure can appear that way. But it's going to either self-identify with those ideas of the actions that it's taking, the idea that it's taking action in some way, and those actions that it takes is going to describe them in some particular way as going to school. So if I went to school, that means when I went there of my own accord and volition. Not necessarily, because there's some things that a body-mind action figure does not do of its own accord and volition. And what is that it does not do of its own accord and volition? Life. It does not do life. It does not live a life of its own. There's life lived through it, but it mistakes the life lived through it as though it's its own life. It claims existence. It claims the presence. It claims that, and it says that's personal. That's my own personal presence that exists, and it's being expressed through this body-mind action figure appearance. Well, life is being expressed through it, yes, but the manner by which it's doing that and the way it's being engaged with life is not the way that's described as far as conjuring up this idea of a society. It's agreed upon, and it can't see it any other way because it's been taking life that way. It's been mistaking life as though life is personal. Life is a personal matter, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around a subconscious conscious self. Subconscious conscious self says, you know what, I have a life of my own. And all the thoughts that I carry in this body mind, in this mind of this body, it belongs to me because this is mine. It's my life, it's my body, it's my mind, so I can entertain any thoughts I want to. So, does that matter? No, of course not. But it does matter, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around that subconscious conscious self. Oh yeah, all the thoughts that it carries in a mind that believes it's a mind of its own. Oh, it definitely matters. See, that's where it all stems from. But when the collapse of all that trying to appears to occur and happen was enough hearing of the message, enough going over and listening and hearing this message from not just one particular seeker, or not one particular, not a seeker, but one particular neo-Advaitin or a speaker. See, usually, a majority of the time, it is noticed that the body-mind action figure that was proclaiming it was living a life of its own at some point, it was a staunch seeker, and it was a very, very curious, extremely curious. That curiosity was taken so far, though, was taken to such an extent that the curiosity became an obsession. And that obsession, it was obsessed to figure out how and why it was, or it has been so, or it is appearing as somebody. And so self-inquiry. And so all these would have been referred to as teachings from gurus of the past, and these gurus were teachers, and the gurus had students, which were referred to as devotees. So the guru-devotee interplay was adopted in the Western world, or in the United States, and then it adopted the institutions of academia, schools of learning. Schools of learning. So schools of learning began way back at a time when philosophy was quite strong as well, and there were all types of different spiritual beliefs, religions, different gods and goddesses, especially in India. India is notorious for following all types of gods and goddesses and deities. But this is where the idea of the guru, devotee, of the learning, schools of learning, turned into beliefs, and turned into the ashrams and the various different religions. Buddhism as a way of life, and then Hinduism is going back to Advaita Vedanta and what we're referring to now. So Hinduism is mostly a branch off of non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, and then there was a branch of Buddhism that stemmed from that, but then it took on certain types of religions, because certain types of meditative practices, certain types of yogic practices were followed, bhakti yoga, different types of yoga, and then it turned into that. It turned into certain types of prostrations and bodily movements and things like that, but then again, how and why would that be relevant? How could that be relevant? It cannot. It cannot be relevant. And it cannot be relevant simply because we are not the body. Now, as we're expressing through a body mind, what's expressing through the body mind, what is that? That's the absolute. How is it the absolute? How is it a representation of absolute? Is it a single representation? Is it a separate representation? No. It appears as though it is, but it is part of the absolute. Because it is immersed, it's connected with it. It's immersed with the absolute, it's blended, it's coalesced. It's coalesced, it's blending. It's a constant blending. It's a mixing. It's a mixing, it's a blending. It's a coalescing, immersed, it's immersion. It's being a scene, isn't a scene. Yes. Constantly. over and over and over again, it appears, and then it disappears, and it reappears as a human corporeal form. Then there are also the animals. The dog or a cat appears, but it doesn't express as a body, mind, human corporeal action figure does. Why? Because it simply learned to express that particular way. Because it is one of those representations of the absolute that happens to have this ability. It happens to have this particular ability to conjure up a language, conjure up an idea, conjure up subjects, and conjure up what it sees, what it witnesses, and it sees around itself, as though there is content of separate things, and that it has believed that because it could take things into hands that are believed to be their own hands. So I'm going to take my life into my own hands. See, and then these expressions that came hand in hand with beingness, or being, with self-identification, and then it began to conjure those ideas. So it learned that, and then as it began to learn these ideas and concepts, then it began to believe them, and then it began to conjure up beliefs, and then this is where all the traditions came from, stemming from various groups of different body, mind, action figures that came into agreement to believe and to conjure up certain beliefs, viewpoints, perspectives. That's what beliefs are. Beliefs, spiritual traditions, spiritual beliefs are interpretations. They're particular interpretations of that which is considered to be the absolute. As absolutely everything and nothing separately so and not so. But only in the Advaita Vedanta and the Upanishads and the Gitas do we find that we go back to the definitions and these teachings and these very first teachings that became teachings when the body mind action figures that began to explore the mind of the body mind, and then began to walk in the wilderness and in nature, and then began to study nature, and then looked into self-inquiry. It began to form these various beliefs, various interpretations regarding the absolute, all that is and is not, inseparably so and not so. Is absolutely everything and nothing. There is always always. It's always always. Everything and nothing separately so and not so. It's always always. It's never not been. Always always. It's always been in innumerable ways. Those ways are innumerable. The countenance is immeasurable of the ways by which everything is always always. Everything and nothing is separately so and not so. How that is always, always. It has no meaning, reason, or purpose, other than of its own accord and volition. If there's going to be the apparent appearance of meaning, reason, and purpose behind anything, then it's going to apparently appear to be a type of meaning, reason, and purpose of its own accord and volition, not of any body-mind action figures. Volition. Not of its own free will and choice. There will apparently appear to be free will and choice, as though choices made, such as the natural functioning of a body-mind, mistaking hunger and then making itself a sandwich and eating, as doing these things. It's doing these functions. These natural functions that are the natural function of nature. You don't see other beings, or you don't hear nature saying, "Oh yeah, I'm going to bring about the cold season soon. Look, check me out. I'm bringing winter along." It's like it's the same way of looking at it like that, as though nature conjures its own body embodiments, and then those embodiments begin to express what nature is showing or revealing, is appearing in a particular way with environments, with meteorological and environmental effects, or that which is happening in the ecosystem and things like that on the planet. And so there's so many different ways to go about describing that which is considered to be absolutely everything. See, it can't be singled out to a certain particular belief or a particular interpretation, because it's all the interpretations. All the interpretations that have ever been conjured and continue to be conjured, even those that are considered to be new interpretations, is simply another way. That's why? Because there it is again. Always, always. Therefore, any belief, any spiritual belief, tradition, any religion, any of those that are going to be conjured, it's still part of the absolute. Always has been. It only apparently appears to be something new because a body, mind, action figure may not have been exposed to a particular belief or an idea or subject. But that doesn't make it permanently so. Does not make it exclusively so in that particular way. Because again, absolutely everything is always, always. It's all the different various traditions and spiritual teachings and all that. All the setups. It's all part of it. Doesn't have any meaning, reason, purpose behind it, but yet there it apparently appears to be the case. So there you go. And then there it is. What is there? Well, there it is. There is everything. There it is. It's everything and nothing. It's everything so not so. That's it. It's just simply this. It just is. And it's not. It's both. It is and is not. It's real and it's unreal. And everything else is stated and said, well, it's not as significant as the totality of everything that it already is. But if there's this idea as though it could be less than what it already is, no, it can't. And it's not going to be any more than it already is, because it's already a whole, complete, perfect, just as it is. So it can't be anything other than it already is, which is absolutely everything and nothing is separately so and not so. Can it appear as though it's something other than how it appears? Sure, because it's, again, there's always ways that it can appear. So everything's going to appear in some particular way, but then there's all other ways that it can appear as well. So there's the completeness, the entire totality of how everything and nothing is apparently appearing to be so and not so, because it is always all ways. So whatever way that's going to be. And whatever way is going to be described, 2x4 from about, with, upon, and around, a subconjured card itself, it is that and it's more. It is that and it's everything else. And so no matter what viewpoint, perspective, or point in space and time that a body-mind believes that it is existed upon, it's there and it's everywhere. It's everywhereness, really. It can be here, there, and everywhere all at the same time. How is that so? Well, there's energy. Energy fields, they have no parameters, no boundaries. But there's apparent appearance of boundary. Just as light appears. And then the absence of light is darkness. But it's the same as cognition or as an awareness or as a body mind action figure to say and state, well, I'm thinking, but are these my own thoughts that I'm thinking about? No. They're just thoughts. So then, if I'm not the mind, or the body mind, is entertaining thoughts, then what am I? You're an energy field. How am I an energy field? There is no how that you're an energy field, because you're with the absolute. You're with absolutely everything and nothingness except so and not so. You're immersed with that. You're mixing, constantly mixing, cycling, appearing, disappearing, and reappearing in one of innumerable forms. And you continue to be appearing in one of innumerable humanly corporeal forms. But the cognition, that's the conundrum, that's the paradox, that's the mystery. This cognition that is thought to be cognition of one's own, it wasn't always thought in this particular way. In its innocence, it did not self-profess to say, I am this particular person, this is me, this is my totality, and this is the way that I am, and this is why I'm this way. This is why I play my toys a certain way. This is why I choose certain people that I can feel comfortable with and call them my friends at school. And all these decisions that are made are thought to be decisions of one's own. And then that's how it all begins. It begins to think in terms of, well, I must be somebody. I'm told that I am somebody special. My parents tell me that I'm their son and that I belong to their family, and that I have cousins and I have aunts and nephews, I have uncles, and I have other extensions of my family on one side or the other. My dad's father's side of the family, and also my mother's. And there's my extended family. There's my family, and we're very close, and that's an agreed upon. It's an agreement. It settles for it because it sounds right. Seems to be right. Seems to be, it definitely doesn't seem to be wrong. So then there is also the idea of right and wrong, which again, this is another duality. So all the dualities that are used to self-identify a subconscious self, a person that believes it has a body-mind of its own, it self-identifies with its own body-mind, and it says, it's my body, it's my life, I do whatever I please with my body, and then I do whatever I please with my own life, because I have free will and choice to do so, my own accord of volition to do so. But no, it's just conjured. That's just conjured. It's all conjured, so it doesn't really matter. It never really did matter. And yet at the same time, it feels as though once it gets away with this idea of terminal uniqueness and individuality, it feels as though there's true liberation in that you really feel free and not obligated to entertain and proclaim that you have all these ideas that you're thinking about and coming up with, and then you're sharing them with others. And does it really matter to be doing that? Or should anybody be doing that? Anybody that has those beliefs, see? It's about bodies having beliefs, and do they really have them? Not necessarily. There's no necessity behind individuality, terminal uniqueness like that. No. It's just an appearance of body-mind. So, where does that leave ourselves? Is there a self? No, there's not a self as well. There's just energy. And the energy forms that appear as humanly corporeal energy forms are humanly corporeal energy forms. That's it. They're just simply appearing as humanly corporeal, but they're still part of the absolute. You see, a body-mind action figure is either going to continue self-identifying with itself as it always had been since it began to learn, and it had no choice. It really didn't, especially if a particular body-mind was raised anywhere in the city, one of the main cities, or a significant city or town in the United States. And by law, it needed to go to school, so it did. And that's kind of how it became conditioned. It became conditioned in a sense to believe, and all these beliefs stem from the learning and all the in the academic institutions that it learned from, and the exposure, the very first exposure to the society and what was part of society, and beliefs stemming from what it was told. It was told to believe in a particular way of being, and the way it was being was believed based on the thoughts and ideas that it held. It believed in those beliefs because it was told this is the way to be. This is the way to be. Be a good person. Um, Treat other people with respect. Just a moral fortitude. Just a way of treating people. Treat others the way you would want to be treated, that kind of thing. And then, just the religions. They're neither good or bad. Those were just religions that were conjured. I mean, beliefs were conjured. They're neither right or wrong, good or bad. But they seem to be. Just take your pick, and they do. And that's what happens. Why? Why does a person have to take a pick about anything? Well, that's what apparently appears to be going on. What's happening? Well, based on what I'm exposed to. What am I exposed to? Well, I believe that I'm being exposed to. I'm being exposed to the world that I encounter. Others that are telling me, well, this is the way we were, and this is the way life is, and you're given this birth certificate whether you like it or not. That's just something that's provided for every body, mind, every human being that's born. They have a birth certificate that just shows a record that they were born and where they were born, the time they were born. Now this birth name that you're given is based on a birthright. That birthright goes back to a connection of other body minds. And there's that connectivity there. There's that connectivity to a family tree, an ancestral tree. And even on the biological level, there's the DNA and the propensities of various types of ailments and conditions and physical conditions, such as even the cancers and various propensities to contracting certain types of cancers in the body because of the DNA signatures. The propensity of those DNA signatures to be high probability with many of the ancestors or descendants of the past that had died from cancer, and it was prevalent, and many aunts and uncles and grandparents had contracted a particular type of cancer. So it became prevalent in the signature of the DNA, and then it was carried over to the next generations. Just as there's that type of connectivity with body minds. That type of connectivity with body minds is where it stems from, the idea of individuality. That certain types of DNA, certain type of family trees, is appearing in a particular way. But that's just simply the propensities that are there. They apparently appear to be there where certain types of cancers happen to be prevalent. Certain types of appearances of body minds appear. A pigmentation in the skin, certain color, tan, white, dark, black, different skin colors, red, a little bit more reddish, maybe yellow, and all the different colors, different beiges, different shades of brown. So, fine. Different shades of tan, okay. Does that matter? No. Well, see, the terminal uniqueness was learned. And these self-conjurings, the self-conjurings of a self-conjure stuff, this was all simply learned. And this body mind's not going to matter. It's not going to matter 2x4 from about with upon and around anybody else. Unless they wanted to. There could be, I could have a grandson. And right now, I have grandsons. I don't mean I have them assisted to mine, but identifying that way. There's still identification. It would be just rude to ignore that. But you see, the body-mind learned about family. And so it felt that, well, I have emotional ties. I should care. Because they're part of my DNA. What do you mean, my DNA? Well, the body-mind. If I'm going to claim this body-mind, well, I got to claim everything else along with it, don't I? Well, in a sense, you do. Who does? Well, you don't really do it. You don't do anything about that. It's just the way that it turns out to be. That's right. Body-minds don't choose the families that they're born into. There's a lot of things that they don't choose. That's why there's no control. A body-mind action figure can't control any of those things. It just finds itself in certain predicaments. Predicaments that are construed as predicaments, such as certain type of body minds that have a certain type of ailments and certain type of DNA that's going to show up and crop up as a certain type of cancer, and that's it. So, what happens after that? Well, it's no longer going to be able to express. If it goes through the death process, what's referred to as death, as an end. But there was no beginning. See, there was no beginning to the self-identification of a subcontractor self. There was simply a body mind there, and it was a child body mind that was enjoying life. And how was it enjoying life? It was just expressing happiness. It was happy running about. It was happy riding a bike. It was happy engaged in that happiness of however it appeared as a child at play. The activity, the action of play, of playing. And it was happy, it was laughing. And yes, in the simplicity of that activity, in happiness, running, playing with toys, interacting with something that was causing a feeling of happiness and joy. Is there anything wrong with that? No. But it appeared to be that simple. And it was being. And that's the way it was. Did it get ruined and tainted? Well, in a sense, it was intruded. There was kind of invasion. There was conditioned that simplicity of beingness was intruded upon by saying, hey, wait a minute, you need to go to school. Why do I need to go to school? Because so you can have a good job. Why do I need a good job? So that you can buy what you need. What do I need to buy? Well, you need to buy shelter, a home, a place to stay. Well, how does that work? Well, you'll learn that. That's why you're going to school. Oh. Okay. So you see, every generation goes through that same thing, doesn't it? The traditions and the ways of life that are held with particular types of body minds upon a particular part of the planet of Earth, and the various different cultures and traditions and points of view and that are held, and ways of being with families and that kind of thing. And so, which is it? It's all of it. It's all of it, really. Just because you self-identify with a particular body mind, and that doesn't make it wrong that you did that, and it wasn't some kind of sinister plan. And there is no New World Order. It was just the idea of a New World Order. Don't have to go along with any of it. So you can't unify people to do all these things that you don't want them to do. Can you? You can influence them, and so if there's certain types of institutions that are going to try to influence a body mind action figure to believe it is a certain way, then it's going to do that, isn't it? If it thinks it can get away with it, well, why is it doing it? To what means, to what end is it doing that? Well, it depends on what the belief might be. It depends on the degree by which a body mind is coerced to believe in some type of belief. Religious, spiritual belief, whatever. Of its presence. It's making some type of obvious presence. It's appearing in mirrors that could see a reflection that causes that a reflection. So that's the reflection of this body mind. But is this my mind and my body and my life to live? See, that's the question that it questions. It asks about that. If I think, does that mean I am because I can think? And if I can entertain thoughts that are believed to be my own, so that makes me a special, unique individual, more unique or maybe even less unique than some other body mind. And why does that matter? And if it does matter, how does it matter in some way? Well, it matters to the degree by which it's going to be engaged, isn't it, in society, and then have some kind of a social life. And if it can speak a certain language and has a certain degree of intellect, well, it's going to live out life that way, isn't it? Based on the degree by which it can express. And then it has 5 gates, 5 modalities 5 ways of going about interacting with the world that it believes it's part of. It's part, or the society is part of. Society structure or life as it's learned. And it was found itself in these predicaments, situations, so it had to go along with it. Didn't really have much choice, did it? So that's how it came about. So that's how the story was told. But then it eventually reaches a point, if it lives long enough, and it questions enough, and it's curious enough, and there's self-inquiry, and it wants to figure out, what am I? Who am I? Am I a who? No, I must be a what? Yeah, sure I am. I'm energy. And what am I with? I'm with everything. I'm part of everything. I'm an expression of the absolute. Sure I am. And in a lot of religions, they're saying the same thing, just that way. But they're adding a lot of other things that were added, see? So, if a lot of these teachings, especially with the Advaita Vedanta and the Gita's, if something was added to it, then that was something added. It did not have to be added. Because if the fundamental principles and everything is laid out just as a foundation of a house, and its concrete structure, the floor is strong enough, then anything else added to it, is going to be supported by that framework, or actually the ground, this foundation, the foundation of beingness, the foundation of being a human being, is an expression of the absolute. And since it can express itself in such a way unlike any other living being on a planet, there must be something to that then, if that apparent appears to be going on. So if a body-mind can express in this particular way, in one of innumerable ways, but the particular way that it is expressing is just a natural expression, it's not really coerced, and it may have been learned, but still, is it a means to any end? That's the difference. Can it recognize that it is not more or less, better or worse, unique or separate? It is not separate from everybody and everything else. Although it continues to appear that way, because the body-mind was conditioned to learn that. It was conditioned to learn that it needed to express itself in that particular way, to say, you know what, I am a special person. I know that I matter. And it wants to feel good. And it wants that next experience. And it wants to have nothing but good, positive, happy experiences. So it goes after those. And whenever it has bad experiences and it goes through pain or suffering, well, that's bad. That's being caused by some evil entity. And especially the religious people that go with Catholicism or the Baptists, or those that follow in a biblical sense story that's in the Bible, when it refers to living a life a certain way, and this is how life is going on, and that there's a heaven and a hell, and that life's all about that. It's all about you're being tested. Everything that you do and everything that you say and every thought you entertain, every action that you take, there is going to be a decision made. And if you don't confess that you've done wrong, and you identify that you did wrong, if you don't confess and admit that, then you're going to go to a hellish realm after this particular life is done, is through. And that's the religion. And then, but if you try to do the best you can, you live your life good, you haven't harmed anybody, you don't intentionally mean any harm to anyone else, and especially you haven't intentionally, purposely taken the life of somebody else, then the chances are quite good that you might end up in a heavenly realm. So you anticipate that, and you look, and then you believe that. So a body mind is going to believe that in that religion, and they're going to think, well, if I don't go to church enough, then I don't have much good standing, or I don't have any good points there. So if I just focus on everything that's good in life, and I try to help as many people as I can, and maybe if I do that, then I'll be in favor of however that heavenly realm was set up, and then I'll be welcome there. after I live this life and when I die. So a majority of those fundamental religious beliefs stem from that idea of a heaven and a hell. That this is a school, that this life, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around somebody, is a testing ground, is a school for souls, for beings, for human beings, or for, let's say, human corporeal beings, yes. Let's call them, yes, the energy fields. These energy fields that take on energy forms are taking on energy forms so that they can interact in this type of an environment, or this type of setup. This type of setup is for that reason. And see, that's conjuring meaning, reason, and purpose, you see. So a religious belief is stemming from the idea of existing and living and existing and expressing and representing a human corporeal body, mind, life form, just expressing and saying, you know what, I'm an expression of the absolute. But here's the reason and meaning and reason and purpose behind that. No, there's no meaning, reason, and purpose behind it. The moment that it's conjured, then what is that? That's separate. That's separation. That's separate to say that, oh yeah, human beings have this special ability and they can count more than all the other life forms. Animals. No. All of it's interconnected. Nothing's excluded. Nothing's taken out of there and saying, oh, this exclusive people here, these exclusive human corporeal body, mind, action figures, they're going to be saved, and the others are going to be just discarded, and they're insignificant. They don't really matter. But the ones that are doing good, the do-gooders, the ones that are trying to make something of their life, and they're trying to help other people, and they do the best they can, and they do this in a natural way without any expectations. There's the qualifiers. Those are the qualifications for those that can be welcomed into heaven. And the ones that only want to harm other people, only the people that care about themselves. I don't want to care about anybody else. I don't even smile at anyone else. I don't even want to be part of anything that's good or happy or makes you feel good or makes somebody else feel good or you have compassion or you care. Because if you don't have compassion in your heart, and the heart of the matter is, that's it right there. What's in the heart of that particular body, mind, entity, action figure, human corporeal? And I tell you, that heart of the matter would be the core of that particular energy field. It's the energy field that expresses from the heart of its core. The core of that energy field is going to be expression, the manner by which it expresses as a human corporeal manifestation. Now that right there makes sense. That seems to be the case. It appears to be that way. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But then again, see, that's trying to give meaning, reason, and purpose for a human corporeal body, mind to appear in some particular way. So if it does it matter? And who does it matter to? Does it matter 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around anybody? Or even groups of bodies? They could say, well, this is the way that we should be. Should we really be in some particular way? Well, a body mind would entertain the idea of saying, well, yeah, why would I not want to feel good? And why would I not want to pursue positive experiences? Why would I not want that? Then again, you don't have to want for anything, really. If you're already expressing natural way in your being, that's fine. That's good enough. Does it have to be any more? No. You're just peacefully going with the flow of the absolute. The absolute is going to appear in a particular way. But and if you're around an environment in nature, and let's say there's a storm about outside, that storm is not happening all over the planet, throughout the planet. There's still some areas that are a little bit more stable than others. The stability is there. The wind's not really blowing quite as strongly. Or maybe it's blowing a little bit less. Maybe there's too much rain some areas, not enough in others. Droughts, other places. So what is the body mind to do? Well, it does the best it can. What else can it do? Well, it's trying to function. Well, it doesn't have to try to function. It's going to function to a certain degree, but then again, there's ailments as well that can happen. A body-mind action figure cannot control or help the matter by which the body-mind is going to be born. It's going to be born a particular way, so it does the best it can with its abilities. It has certain amount of abilities, certain type of abilities as it expresses. So what is all this about then? So Advaitins again is just simply an expression to state that there's this fact, the factual information, and nothing's separate. Everything's inseparably so and not so. Everything and no thing is separately so and not so. No meaning, reason, purpose behind that. And so just continue functioning, and a body mind finds itself in particular predicaments, so it does the best it can with that and recognizes that and just goes along, and it does its best, tries not to interfere with what it believes is anybody else. They have a right to continue appearing in their present. Yeah. We can peacefully interact if we choose. If we choose to express that way, are we choosing to express naturally in a peaceful way? Can that be done? It could be naturally expressed, sure. It's inherent. Especially if it's an inherent in nature. An inherent natural response. Reaction. Is there a difference between a reaction and a response? It's one and the same. So the body mind is going to respond based on what? Based on environmental conditions. Sure it is. It's going to respond to those. Do the best it can. So if the environmental conditions are hostile, it's going to try to avoid those. If the environmental conditions are nice or pleasant, such as Hawaii and places like that, where certain parts of the world, the weather is nice, its climate is generally average, and it's conducive to, gentle nights and then gentle days where the weather is average, it's bearable, no extremes. So the extremities of anything, there never were any extremities. There could be coercions of putting energy together in a particular way. And look at the hydrogen bombs, the atom bombs, and things like that. Man, that's a very high degree of energy right there. It's put together. But for any meaning, reason, and purpose, is that being done? Is anything being done for any reason, meaning, and purpose? Not necessarily. There's things that apparently appear to be done. There's doings. But that which is done doesn't have to be a doing that's never been done before. I mean, there's everything and nothing's already apparently appearing as everything is always always. So there are not going to be any new ways that are coming up. Just going over some particular ways of being. That's fine. It's going to express. And one day, it is no longer going to be able to speak and express. This body mind. It's going to reach a point where it's no longer able to do that. And when it reaches that point, then it is no longer going to express, and then perhaps that energy that was emanating, it's emanating an energy field, yes. And the emanations of the energy field is the appearance of. So as it animates the appearance of a body mind action figure, that animating principle of energy, that's what we are. Does that go on? Well, it might, but nobody knows for sure. How can anybody know that? Well, because then, if it's no longer appearing, when apparently appears to appear as an appearance, then wherever it's no longer appearing is nowhere, because it goes back and returns to nothing. It's not going to be a visible thing anymore. It's not going to be visibly observable in mirrors as a visible body-mind action figure anymore, is it? No. But that's unknowable. What happens to that energy field that can seemingly have the ability to self-proclaim and notice as though it is a self? To say, well, I think I know what this is about, but if I don't know it, then that means it's unknowable, and it doesn't really matter, does it, if there's an afterlife or not? But if it's still going to be entertained, see, it's still curious, and it becomes entertaining. When it entertains thoughts and ideas it's never entertained before, it finds those appealing. Those are very, very appealing to a subconscious conscious self. Yeah. Doesn't mean it's seeking still. The seeking stops eventually. At some point, seeking that which it already is, if it's trying to seek more of what it already is, it's not going to find anymore. It's not going to find anything more or less. It's just simply going to continue being and expressing as it does. And those expressions as it expresses aren't going to have any particular meanings, reasons, and purposes behind them. It's just simply reactionary. Just responses, reactionary responses of the environment. Just as similar to the instinctual nature of the animals, especially the canines. That's why they are referred to as man's best friend. Humankind's best friend. All they are. They're wonderful. Wonderful companions. That's why you see there's a lot of elderly body minds that will adopt a pet, have a pet, always have a pet. Have a pet because it no longer feels alone when it has a pet. So a body mind identifies with the simplicity of an animal because the animal's innocence is simply just appearing to be alive. It doesn't question its own aliveness. It just goes with it. And it has a very childlike nature, no more than a 5-year-old. And right there, volumes of wisdom can be extracted just based on the observance of the canines, the simplicity of their beingness, with their instinctual nature. They don't question whether they're hungry. If they're hungry, they just simply go look for a bowl and look for food, something to eat. They're thirsty, they go to a body of water and they lap that up and drink. They don't think about any particular favorites they might have. But that's not wrong either as well. It's not wrong for a human body mind to think and believe that, oh, well, I can have favorites. I can make choices and choose. There's nothing wrong with that. Well, there's nothing right about it either. There's nothing wrong or right. All these dualities, all the various dualities that are thought to matter, 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around a subconscious conscious self. No, of course not. It doesn't really matter. No.
Almost saying too much, because it still sounds as if there is something like an illusory reality. No, it's not there. It's not there. It's just assumed that there is someone who still needs to find something.
Well, to expand on that, to say, what's not there? Well, nothing is anywhere in particular in some coordinate in space and time. No thing is permanently anywhere upon some fixed position in space and time. See, that's a more thorough way of explaining that, because if it is not stated in this way, the questioner is going to eventually be a questioner at the satsang and say, well, he didn't say that before, so I'm going to have to ask that. You see, you don't have to be. The Neo-Advaitin or the Neo-Advaitin speaker regarding non-duality does not have to express in some particular way, but if enough of and thorough enough explicit answers, especially to the questioners, it needs to be a very, very thorough examination of the question. And that is a very effective way of going about starving the questioner. Now, is there a more effective way to starve the questioner between one Advaitin speaker and another? Yes. The contrasts are here. Providing one now. This is being provided. Not to say, oh, look, this Neo-Advaitin expresses better than that other Neo-Advaitin. It's not to say that. It's just a different way. It's one of innumerable ways. Remember, there's that again. Always, always. So if everything is always, always, then in everything, there are going to be examples of that which is appearing as everything, and if it's narrowed down, there are going to be ways of expressions that are innumerable regarding any subject that's discussed. So the subjectivity regarding behind the expressions and explaining regarding Advaita Vedanta and the Gita's non-duality and that type of thing, without all the different meditative practices, bodily prostrations, incantations, and mantras and all that sort of thing, all that extra stuff, it doesn't even matter. None of that does. It's just different forms of expression that can be taken aboard via a body-mind action figure if it so chooses, and it might. But there's no significance behind it. There's no meaning, reason, purpose behind that. So whatever is thought to have meaning, reason, purpose, it's not to say it should not be entertained, but it doesn't have to be. Because there really is no, the bottom line is there's no meaning, reason, purpose about anything. So if that's the case, why conjure it? But it does get conjured. And that's what complicates things, and that's what begins to interfere with the absolute. There's an interference pattern that's created by energy fields that gather together in this manner by conjuring spiritual teachings and conjuring religions and conjuring beliefs. That causes interference patterns to what already is. What's already complete, whole, perfect, and set up as the setup that's always been set up, and always will be set up the way it is set up, that setup is undisturbed. Just as the sky is undisturbed by the clouds that go by it. And anything that happens, storms, planes that fly through it, and the sky is not affected whatsoever. Well, it's the same with the presence of a human corporeal body-mind action figure that's appearing as an energy form, as a human corporeal local quiet conscious energy form. That's that energy field. That's just simply the absolute expressing that way. Again, it is an expression of the absolute. It's just another expression of absolute. So what is the expression of a subconscious conscious self? What is that? Oh, well, that's artificial. See, that's conjured. That's made up. That's the interference pattern. So the interference patterns that are created, okay, are conjured. The creation of an interference pattern is the belief in the artificial subconscious conscious self that interferes with what is already always, always. So the interference pattern is conjured. And that interference pattern is self-identification with a body-mind appearance. It's just a body-mind appearance. It's part of the absolute. It's already immersed, coalesced, mixing with the absolute anyway. But to call it something, see, to begin to identify with it and then single it out, extract it, take it, and then even if there's groups of them, just remove them from the absolute, from what's already appearing. No, it's going to appear anyway. So whatever does appear, it's mixing with absolutely everything else that's appearing. But it's not excluded as though it's some particular permanent very, very unique and special something that's isolated and separate from everything else. Yeah, check this out. That's more important than this other appearance. No, they're just equal appearances of things, content, of what apparently appear to be objects. Now, they apparently appear to be objects because they're identified as though they're called, that they need to be named and categorized and called something using the English language or using any other language. That's not necessary to do that, or to think in terms of calling and naming, especially body minds, because that conjures the idea of separation, a sense of self-identification, a sense of a separate self. The sense of a separate self believes wholeheartedly in the birth name and birthright, because that is a separate belief, that it believes in that type of terminal uniqueness, maybe better, maybe worse than the next body mind. No, it's just an appearance. It's going to appear either having a particular DNA signature, that's fine, but these don't need to be all categorized and then put into various categories, and then different parts of the world, and then segregation. See, that another separateness, another type of separateness is formed, where certain races should stay with each certain specific race because it appears a certain color of skin and a certain type of beliefs, and all these beliefs and political stances and all these other things. We need to gather together in groups and find our equivalent equals, find our equals in society. No, it's not about that, because that's separation. So anything that has to do with separation is not what this is about. That's not what we're referring to. We're referring to absolutely everything. We're not going to single out anything. Nothing needs to be singled out anyway. So why would we bother to do so? Nobody has to do that. Nobody has to isolate anything. Nothing is separate. See, there is no separation of absolutely anything. So there it is. So everything is inseparably so and not so. In other words, everything is interconnected. It's always interconnected. But it can also appear as though it's separate. See, that's it. That's what that's saying. And that's what that saying is referring to when it is stated that everything and nothing is inseparably so. Okay, it's inseparably so, and it's inseparably not so. And the manner by which it's inseparably not so is whenever there's this appearance of differences or distinctions or contrasts, or an appearance that appears in a particular way, and then another appearance that appears in a particularly different way, but they're kind of similar, but they're not exactly the same. So you see, the similarities are how it apparently appears to be that which is not so. So that which is not so doesn't appear to be a particular way, or in some particular way, because it's also permanently so, but in that particular way for an indeterminate duration in space and time. And then there's the impermanence of that which is temporally that way, and appearing as though it's permanent. It appears as though it's permanent because the alleged duration that is appearing in space and time is of a great duration. It's a long, drawn-out duration. So that long, drawn-out duration makes it apparently appear as though it's permanent. And if that appearance is brief, then the impermanence is more pronounced. The temporal temporariness would become much more obvious in that particular type of scenario that apparently appears. So the apparent appearance of scenarios is not to say that there's separation because there appear to be separate scenarios. No, it's only because of the degree of temporal temporariness that something appears to be permanent, but it's also obviously impermanent. So the temporal temporariness is the impermanence, but not the exclusive impermanence. Because if the duration of that impermanence is long and drawn out a long period of time, then that causes that temporal temporariness to appear more permanent. So it could be construed or viewed upon in that way. In that way and many other different ways. And even in ways that are not even yet entertained. But entertaining ways about that which appears is not necessary. It's just simply going to appear. And yet, it's okay to talk about it. Now, we can talk about what apparently appears to be appearing, and that's what's going on. But what we apparently appear not to be, in other words, if we're not our body-mind action figures, but we speak of them anyway, it doesn't make it right or wrong to do so. So although we are not these body-mind action figures, and to say that we can study what we're not, we can study biology, we can study the body, sure we can. But we can't really study what we are, because we're just being. It doesn't require beingness seen to be studied. It doesn't require it to be studied. It can be observed, and it is. It's constantly in the act of observance. It's observing. It's the act of observing, just as a river is riverine. And so that's what we are. We're energy fields that appear in humanly corporeal, but the appearance as we're appearing is just constantly appearing, making an appearance. But for a temporary duration of impermanence, and then there comes a time when it's no longer going to be making appearances, because its appearance is a diminishment in the form of the manifestation as a human corporeal energy form. That energy field gradually diminishes in intensity, just as a light bulb begins to dim a little bit more and then eventually goes out because its filaments are worn out. It can no longer contain the artificial light to emit because it's no longer that kind of conduit. That conduit is losing its integrity. Same as a body-mind appearance. A body-mind loses its integrity, and entropy begins to cause a diminishment or a depletion of that energy field that once had a much stronger energy field at one particular earlier time. It wasn't exposed to space and time quite as much. So if it's not exposed to a long duration space and time, then there'll be less evidence of the entropy to appear, or the lessening of the cell regeneration. Cells regenerate once every 7-year increments in space and time. So there's 7-year increments in space and time that a body-mind replenishes its cells. Well, after so many cycles of those 7-year periods, 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 49, 56, 63, and so on and so forth.
Someone who is on a path towards the actual thing, towards the actual experience, or towards what life is actually about in all those stories. No, there isn't something as life, and this apparent life isn't about anything.
Well, yeah, of course there's something as life, but not as a particular life form. Yes, there's life. There's life that apparently appears to be lived through the appearance of life forms. Yes. Life is a generation of an energy. Life is energy. Energy is life that enlivens the appearance of living organisms. And one of them happens to be the human corporeal form. That human corporeal form is enlivened with energy of aliveness. Just as all these other life forms in these other kingdoms, such as the insect kingdom, the animal kingdom, the plant kingdom, and the aquatic kingdom. So, and of course the flying winged ones, that kingdom as well, the birds. And so all of these various life forms express an animating principle. That's life. That's the life force, if you will. So there's the life force. That's the animating principle. That's energy. That's what we all are. We're all that. So the absolute is energy. The absolute is energy that appears in one of innumerable ways of energy as energetic forms. Innumerable energetic forms beyond measure, beyond countenance, immeasurable appearances of various life forms, various types of forms. The formation of forms that manifest are innumerable. The countenance is immeasurable of that which appears as a life form, the life force, the aliveness. That is the absolute expressing in one of innumerable ways, always, all ways.
So, all there is what happens, all there is this, and it's naturally whole, and for nothing, it's nothing, and it's for nothing. And it's free to be as it is, and it is as it is. And it's naturally and blindly whole. It's just whole. That's basically all I have to say. So.
Okay, so, yeah, we could even take that statement you just said. That's all I have to say. Well, it doesn't really have that to say, in a sense. That particular appearance of a body-mind action figure that apparently appears as it does appear, as humanly corporeal, it doesn't have anything to say, really. But although it says these statements in this particular language, in English, and he also states and has stated using the German language, which I'm sure the Birthday and Birthright Andreas Mueller is much more proficient with the German language, to speak that language, just as when I say I, just as this body-mind action figure, I should say, more correctly, this body-mind action figure expresses the English language in a more proficient manner because it has learned it. See? So whatever the body-mind action figure has learned, it will soberly admit that. And it should admit that because that is acknowledging and recognizing that, you know what? I've always been simply this body-mind appearance. I am no better or worse. I'm no more special or less special, more unique or less unique than any other appearance of a human corporeal body-mind. That's it. That's just it. It's no agenda. There's no meaning, reason, purpose. It's just simply appearing. And it is doing its part. How is it doing its part? Just by appearing. Really, it's that simple that a body-mind action figure appears, just the appearance alone, the presence of an inherent onness, of apparently appearing, it's already fulfilled. It's being. The beingness, the activity of just simply being present. It is not necessarily doing its part, but it's already, like it or not. And it can't control that. It is simply, and it needs to admit it. It should admit it, because it's so damn obvious. It's so very obvious. That's the most obvious. That's the most obvious energy, emanation, and if there was ever a reason, meaning, and purpose, that's it right there. Because it is part of the absolute anyway, regardless if it recognizes that or not. Regardless if the majority of the body, mind, action figures believe that they are separate individual persons, separate from everybody and everything else, with terminal uniqueness. Regardless if it's that self-conjured self. Even if the body, mind, action figure recognizes itself as though it is separate, and it says, well, yeah, I am terminally unique. I know I'm more special than a certain group of other body minds that I've seen before. But just because it is expressing in a particular way, it's not going to stay the same like that, to any degree. Even if it thinks of its terminal uniqueness, that's going to go away anyway. It's not going to be around. It's not going to express that way all the time. So that's the beauty of it. Even if a self-conjured self is convinced that it's separate from everybody and everything else, that doesn't matter. And even if there is simply an energy field that also acknowledges and recognizes it's part of the absolute, it's part of everything, that doesn't even matter. So none of it across the board matters in any way, shape, or form. And yet, that which appears as though it does matter is of its own accord of volition, which is the absolute. So if it's going to appear that way, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to appear that way in a permanent state, as a permanent state. It will never be permanently so. Nothing is permanently so, to begin with, or end with. There's no beginning and no end to anything. Well, if that's all he has to say, we can check out another speaker then. See, because the rest of that is just questions. There's questioners at that satsang. So the manner by which this particular body, mind, action figure, as Andreas Mueller, the manner by which he expresses is different than the manner by which this body, mind expresses. As a Neo-Advaitin speaker. He's a Neo-Advaitin speaker. This is a Neo-Advaitin speaker. But not self-proclaimed as a Neo-Advaitin speaker. It's just expressing that way right now. It could express in some other way in a future time if it continues to apparently appear as it does. As though it is living a life of its own, but it's going to appear that way. Because that's what the majority of subconjured souls believe. A majority of those human corporeal appearances of manifestations of local quality conscious energy forms, these human corporeal energy forms that have been expressed as though they're separate from everybody and everything else as a subconjured self, are either going to continue expressing that same way, however it believes it is choosing to express, until it is no longer appearing with the aliveness of life through it. It reaches that point where it's no longer able to manifest its bodily form. It's going to reach a point where it's no longer appearing vis-a-vis cerebral mirrors, and it can no longer speak any speech of a language that it was mostly familiar with, that it learned. It's just part of its expression. It was no longer mentioning anything like that, anything else. Especially if it's a Neo-Advaitin speaker, then these recordings are all it has to leave behind when it will no longer be expressing. So, in a sense, it's kind of capturing what it once thought it was. It once used to believe and think that, oh, well, I came from a particular family tree, and in a sense, that apparently appears to be what happened so many years of life. It's It's up to 56 right now at this point. It's the 9th of February, 2020, and on the 28th of January, just gone by, this body mind human corporeal action figure has been appearing for 56 years as a duration in space and time for those amount of years. So for the past 56 years in space and time, it's been appearing as a human corporeal body mind, and it's been continuing to change its appearance, and it will continue to change its appearance every second that goes by. It's different again, different again, different again. Renewed. It's constant reboots, Oh, different. So every second goes by, different, never the same. Nothing is ever exactly the same. Absolutely nothing is ever exactly the same. There's only difference. There's only appearances of always. There's always going to be the next way it appears, the next way it appears, the next way it appears. It's always different from the previous way that it appeared. And that's going by moments and seconds going by. How can a mind grasp how and why that is appearing to be so and not so? Oh, it can't. It can only express up to a certain point. It can only express in a certain way, and as it reaches, it may reach a point that it feels, you know what, this is all that this body mind is going to tell you. This particular new Advaitin speaker is only going to go so far in the manner by which it expresses, using the English language and sharing the information about Advaita Vedanta, the Gitas, the Upanishads, non-duality, non-dualism. The new Advaitin is going to express, and it's going to continue to express in a particular way. Doesn't make it any more special, unique than the next new Advaitin, but then this is what apparently appears to happen. So we'll take a few examples of a few others, and then we're going to express the manner by which this body mind figure will naturally express however it's going to express when referring to the same information, similar information that's being stated regarding the Advaita Vedanta, the not-to-ness, regarding non-duality, behind non-duality, nothing taught, nothing learned, just simply sharing and pointing out the obvious. The obviousness of the Absolute, as the Absolute reveals obviousness regarding everything and nothingness that's ever be so and not so. So let's see, what are we going to go to next then? Okay, so that's The Timeless Wonder with Andreas Mueller. Let's go over to the latest Send Bitch Slap. Where did that come from? Why is it doing that, those sounds? Never needed it to do that before. Some kind of settings in there. Okay, where's the latest one? It looks like it's this one.
So you hear this idea, and it like gives you that little dog move. What? You know, you heard it, but it's unusual. Your head goes, "Eh." And then maybe it's you're curious enough, and who knows what the platform is to produce that. You know, the curiosity could come from disillusionment because you put a lot of attention and interest in this idea of spirituality, and you've come to realize there's big holes in the whole way it's presented, yeah? You know, like, they start off with, it's indescribable, then they try to describe it, you know, it just goes on and on. So now, and then the non-duality fits, and then you, and when you're fed the idea of non-duality, it's not 800 pages, it's like maybe one sentence in a page, yeah? Out of 30 pages. Just the one sentence does that little, and then suddenly an aspect that you weren't aware of is activated. Something in a sense that knows before knowing, yeah? It has a feeling there is that before wanting to know everything, yeah? And there's certain things, and then obviously the mental state is going to arise and claim to be the one that's hearing the message, and it's going to do what it usually does. Read tons of fucking books, you know, spend 15 hours on videos, and then a smorgasbord, you know, this one, and thinking more is going to be better, with the hopes that and that will serve you also, because you'll realize more isn't better in this situation, because this has a very interesting novelty. You are what you're setting out to look for. You can't say that about almost anything. You can't say that about anything else, yeah? That you are that which you're setting out to look for. So hopefully you do, that same format grows around this novel feeling, and then you see the futility of trying to use non-duality to become a non-dual person. Yeah, you see that, wow, it could be described pretty clearly. What I'm attempting to do is be a non-self as a self. You know, I want a little non-self attributes to throw into the self. Maybe it'll make me more attractive to myself and to others. Yeah, really. And so hopefully it's not a long lesson. You get it quickly because you have maybe the information of 20 years of disillusionment or frustration, or turning it on you that you're not enough. You should have kissed the foot a little longer, or stayed and, you know, ate more prasad, or sat and meditate. You know, it's done all that. You've had it. You've had enough with that. You don't need any more of those lessons. So you start looking, and then hopefully you hear how the system is going to co-opt this message. That's actually the most important thing, because the message stands in and of itself. It's a fact, really. Yeah. So why did, like I used to, the first video we ever did was, you know, you're a lion. So the old lion and sheep idea, and then the lion is in sheep clothing, and every time it hears that it's a lion, it hears it as a sheep. So you would think that if you kept yelling at the lion, yeah, it would get it. But what it does is, if the sheep programming is claiming to be the hearer, it's actually a disservice. You're reinforcing the sheep. Yeah. So you see that hopefully quickly, and then something changes, and now you talk to the lion about sheepness. Yeah. With the hopes that the lion will hear about what it is and realize, hey, I'm not that. Yeah, I mean, because it has such a stench or a smell. If you're in it, you would call it a perfume. If you're out of it, it's a stench. There's such a stench of personalness that you're not realizing what is called you is a basic stock model version of an interpretive event. Yeah, you're seeing things. It's all projection and perception. It's just unbelievable. Yeah. So you keep getting more and more clues, not about what you are, because what clues about what you are held as what you're not reinforces what you're not. You got it. It's just a fucking mathematical equation. Every time you try to learn about what you are as what you're not equals more what you're not. Yeah. So how many more? You know. You're past the point of getting it, yeah? Like, just like in recovery, you walk in And no one needs any more research. They know they're fucked in somewhere. It's like this that interesting question. What does it know that you don't want to know? Well, active alcoholism is, what do you know? You're fucked. Yeah, but you don't want to know it. So the programming of denial works feverishly to keep it from the surface. Yeah, and you have to take and ingest and do a lot of stuff just to keep that denial going. And it basically sucks all not your interest and attention, but the interest tension, just to keep this one thing you know, not to the level of knowing, because you just don't want to deal with it. You're feeling like, I really fucked up. I've hurt a lot of people. Da 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 da. I don't want to be called to task. Yeah. So it's the same thing in a way with the system of hearing the good news is the identification as of being the hero of the good news. Yeah. And well, you can say, well, when is it the hearing and then the hearer? You'll know after a while. All you need is the possibility in there, so that when the hearer is claimed out of the hearing, you'll notice it. Yeah, and you'll be your own authority, and you'll say, oh, I can sense hearing, and I also can sense hearer. Yeah. So you now come to, basically. And so what are you actually seeing? What are you actually using to arrive at where you already are is seeing what you're not.
And so, another way of referring to the hearer is that the subconscious self that was holding the beliefs of its own personal accord and volition that it believed it had in its own idea of terminal uniqueness, that it was separate from everybody and everything else, that it was the hearer of what it thought it needed to know in order to be that which it was hearing as the hearer. So if it was believing in the hearer, then it was believing in that subconscious self that also believes, see, it's in the beliefs, in the way of thinking, that it is separate and that I have my own birth name and birthright, and that I'm living my own life, and this is my own body, mind, action, figure, to do with what I please, to live my life the way I want to live it. Because it's my own life to live. No, it's just life living through the appearance of the body mind. See, but it had learned otherwise. And through its learning otherwise, it believed that. It believed in what it was learning. It had to do that so that it could recite and it could remember and hold memories of that which it was learning. So if it's learning a particular subject, it knew it was going to be tested on it. So eventually it was going to be tested on it because it knew that eventually it would want to go on to the next grade of development. And the next grade of development in the United States, the way the academic structure is structured, different here in the United Kingdom. Here in the United Kingdom, different grade system altogether. In academia, it's all arranged differently. NVQs. Over in America, it's college credits. College credits are not recognized in the UK, United Kingdom, just as in the United Kingdom, NVQs are not recognized in the United States. It is credits in the United States. But without going too far into the technicalities behind academia, still, that which was learned was overriding that which we already were. What were we already? An energy field, as a human corporeal energy form manifesting and simply being the beingness as it appears to be and is simply expressing as a human corporeal form in some way, and that was it. Just the expressions. It didn't know, it didn't learn, it didn't recognize, it didn't wonder. As I was in the innocence of playing, I was in the act of playing, and it was feeling joy and happiness. The body mind, it was going through happiness and joy, just as an innocent animal. Especially the canines love to throw the ball around, love to have the ball thrown, love to fetch it, and in the simplicity of fetching a ball is the same as a child at play and that's it. It could go through the rest of its life that same way, and most canines do. They'll play ball all the way up until it dies, and it will love doing that, and it's happy doing that, and it's wagging its tail. So it's simply being expressed. He doesn't know. He doesn't know it's being a certain way. And so that's the simplicity of life and the simplicity of being. It has no meaning, reason, purpose behind it, but that's fine. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to have a meaning, reason, purpose. It is no means to no end. It had no beginning, and it will have no end. It's just life continuously going on for billions of years as nature has been operating on this planet. And even still, in the grander scheme of looking at all the Earth-like planets that are probably throughout the infinite universe, and just this one galaxy alone, there could be innumerable types of Earth-like planets whereby life is appearing in some particular way. And life's continuing on, and there may be an ecosystem on that planet, and it only has a certain duration of time for that. It only has a certain duration of billions of years that this planet will have its star as the sun, providing all the different appearances of life forms on its surface. And if you just reduce the scale of that duration of time and apply that to the human corporeal appearance, very few years of appearing as a human corporeal manifestation and expressing is that. And in the simplicity of just being. No agendas, no great plans, just simply being. That's it. Just being. Not criticizing anybody else for what they seem to be doing or whatever they're doing. No, they're not doing anything. They might be expressing, but they might be expressing in a way that a self-conjured self does. They're expressing in a way that they think they have to express. See, they apply a modality of ways of life and thinking that, oh, well, I need to learn more. I need to spend more time in an ashram. I need to seek some more gurus out. I need to spend some more years in a cave. Or just as he was saying earlier, this particular Neo-Advaitin speaker has a birth name and birthright of Paul Letterman. So he expresses using the English language just as this body-mind does. And there are more similarities in the manner by which this body-mind Neo-Advaitin expresses, and just as that Paul Letterman does, because there's agreement. And just because there's agreement there does not make this particular way of sharing the message the only one. There are other ways of expressing that, and throughout YouTube, there are these presentations, plenty of them. This particular Neo-Advaitin, this body-mind action figure, has put together a YouTube channel, and there's material there, and it reacts and has reacted and has recorded a certain amount of information, has responded and reacted to various other Neo-Advaitin speakers, and just simply decide to record that and then present it and share it, and that's it. No agenda. Just if anything, just to reveal the many different ways that the message of Advaita Vedanta can be shared via a Neo-Advaitin perspective. Neo-Advaitin perspective, not so much the traditional sense with the guru-devotee setup, but more of the Neo-Advaitin and then questioner or attendee, the satsang attendee. So the Neo-Advaitin is the satsang setup, and then starving the questioner set up, and that's it. That's the ways of the Neo-Advaitin. Not so much traditional sense where you have an ashram and you have a guru, and then he's seated in the lotus stance perhaps or whatnot, and see, it's just another form of expression regarding sharing the message of Advaita Vedanta, the Neo-Advaitin. Not so much a traditional one. In the traditional sense, when they're saying traditional sense of in the idea of thinking that, oh, well, I'm going to learn something from the guru, and so I better be a devotee so that one day I can be a guru as well. That's not what the Neo-Advaitins is saying here. Neo-Advaitins bringing the message, pointing it out, that there's not two of anything, that there is no separation. Everything and nothing is separately so and not so. That message right there, and that's it. No qualifications, no retreats that have to be attended, no special meditative practices that must be repeated, no mantras that must be repeated. None of that is necessary. It's never been necessary. It's thought to be necessary. It's thought to be, oh, these activities need to be focused upon because that's going to make me better one of these days, and then it's going to help me have a better life next time around when I reincarnate. See, that's the traditional spiritual beliefs, just like with the religions of the heaven and hell idea. The heaven and hell idea is very similar to the reincarnation idea, where I'll live a better life if I've paid as much of my dues here in this lifetime, if I don't produce any more karma, if I don't interfere with anybody else, and the less karma that I have, then the better position that I'll be in my next life. No, nobody knows that. That's not factual. What is factual is the simplicity of beingness. Just beingness, just being. Presence of inherent honest. Nothing else is going to matter. But just presence. Apparently appears to matter, so that's it. And going with the flow. Whatever apparently appears to happen. Just, and this Neo-Advaitin here, Paul Hederman has mentioned about traveling lighter. The seemingly traveling lighter of a body-mind action figure will continue on. It will no longer hold on to this idea of all these different dualities, innumerable dualities, that my life has to matter in a particular way, and I need to be engaged in certain activities. And my life needs to matter in some way. And in the beliefs that my life matters more than anybody else's. No, it doesn't. It's just in the simplicity of being. And if you're going to share, profess to be a Neo-Advaitin speaker, well, just express in a natural way. It doesn't have to be coerced. You don't have to write a whole bunch of books. You don't have to have a bunch of satsangs that you've attended. You didn't really attend them, but you held these satsangs, and that doesn't really matter, because just as the guru devotee scenario didn't matter. And then is there a certain particular way to hold a satsang? No, not really. Because the Neo-Advaitin speaker is going to be the one that's going to be seated in that chair in front of the questioners. And so is there going to be a degree of responsibility here? Not so much responsibility. The Neo-Advaitin would know precisely exactly what to say spontaneously, if anything is going to be said. What has to be said doesn't have to be said, but the reaction is more the answers that are provided to the questioners that are being starved in a satsang. That's kind of the scenario that goes on with the Neo-Advaitin at a satsang. They will respond and react to the questioner and starve the questioner, and simply by making statements of how there is no separation, and there's innumerable ways of expressing that, especially with the English language, and that's what goes on. That's what apparently appears to go on at these satsangs.
Of teachers I love, which are the negative way, like Wei Wu Wei and old dude. The negative way is totally fits with me. Yeah? So his idea was, forget about, well, I don't know what his idea was. I'm sharing this idea, is let's just look at what we're not. And even, let's say you're going to look at what you are. And if you look at what you are, held with this understanding, you'll realize what you are is what you're not. Yeah? The first looking is still under the premise it's you. So, all right, I'm going to get down to the root of me. You won't. You're going to get down to the root of not me. Yeah? And what's left is what's always been there, but now it's noticeable because all the interest and attention in what you're not has lifted. And now you have the interest and attention sufficient enough to see, hey, I'm not that.
Now, when you're just mentioning what's left once you're referring to what we're not, which is the body, mind, action, figure, and which is the birth name and birthright was given, and what you might have did when you were a child, or maybe you graduated from high school. Wow, great. Wow, you did something that no other body, mind has ever done. You know, none of those. What we're not. So, once you go over everything that you're not, you study that and realize you're not that, then what is left as exposed? What we are. And what we are energy fields. Just energy fields of human corporealness. Appearing as a human corporeal body mind. Just as a canine is appearing as a canine body mind. And just as a cat, a feline, is appearing as a feline body mind. And then you have all these other types of species. And the human corporeal body mind, if it's a self-contra self, thinks in terminal uniqueness that it's more important than all the other life forms and species throughout the planet. No, that has never been the case. No, it's equivalent. It is simply life, a representation of life, the absolute appearing in some particular way. But just because we call it that does not make it permanently so, does not make it that way, that particular way that we say. It's because we say we're a human race, and then we have more significant features than, let's say, some other species, the canines. The same could be said of the canine. Canines have a sense of smell thousands of times greater than the sense of smell of a human corporeal body mind. Does that make that canine that much better than a human being? Well, a human being would say so. And the innocence and the character of a canine, that it's not cruel to anybody else. It doesn't intentionally think of harming anyone else. And it's just living and being. It's just simply being instinctively. That if it gets hungry, it gets hungry and tries to find something to eat. Gets thirsty, it goes and gets thirsty. It's tired, it rests. You know, and it's just simplicity of beingness. It doesn't have any agendas. It doesn't have any ways of thinking, oh, well, I have to be this way or I have to be this particular way. Because if I'm not, there's going to be consequences. Even consequences after I die. I don't want to wind up in a heaven or a hell, see, because of the religious beliefs that many subconscious selves believe in. So you see, there are so many different ways. What is mentioned here on this channel regarding non-duality and the not-two-ness, as there is no separation, with the Advaita Vedanta and non-duality, is that there are so many different ways to point out that there is no permanent state of anything. Nothing's permanent. Nothing's permanently so. Everything is not permanently so. It is both. So and not so. It is both real and unreal. Because that's the absolute, expressing as everything. Everything and no thing. Nothing. Inseparably so and not so. Always, all ways. Always, all
ways. Even as what you're not. So in a way it negates itself. And what happens? Well, you'll find out, Like in my case, acceptance appeared for that which I'm not, which was never available to that which I am. If I was taking myself not to be what I'm not, it was fucking a demand of work. Yeah? Urban Renewal Project. Fucking, mea culpa is this and that. Because, hey, the Toyota tends to run into fucking buildings. It tends to run over people's feet. You know what I mean? I can't, perfection isn't its goal. It's not gonna make it. Yeah? It's just an expression and an observation. Yeah, to me, it's not a cause. So now suddenly, and I mean, you get it. Just like when I was in recovery,
when you just said that, notice to me, just forms of expression, but you still have to catch it, because there's going to be a body mind somewhere that's going to say, "Oh, wait a minute, he just said to me." Well, which is it? Is it to me or it's not to me? Well, fucking hell, man. Nothing is 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around anybody. But when it is stated that way, to me, it's supposed to be a form of expression, but I wouldn't fucking say it. I wouldn't fucking say it, because that's going to express some other questioner out there is going to hear that and is going to be attending, and it's going to wonder, but it's not going to interrupt the speaker, the neo-Advaitins speaker, because it's going to feel too embarrassed to say anything about that. So in private, it might mention it. Might be mentioned, but it should be. Should it be? Why? Not for any particular reason, meaning purpose, but if we're going to be thorough, and we're going to be a neo-Advaitin speaker, and these statements, let's make these statements very thorough, but let's also be to the point. Let's not just say that, the self-conjured conjured self is not 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around anything. So when you start saying, well, to me, this is the way it was to me. Well, saying it that way means that whilst I used to think that I was what I'm not. Okay? What we're not is not the body mind. We're not that. And that's what he's saying. But when he said to me, I used to think in terms of to me as well. That life was happening to me. And that my ideas about life to me means this, that, or the other. No, there's nothing to me. There's nothing to you. There's nothing to anybody. There's nothing that has to do with anything. Nothing has to do with me. Nothing has to do with you, me, or any sense of a separate self. Any self-conjured self that starts to be me does not fucking matter. Nobody matters. They don't. If anybody thinks they're more significant than somebody else, they're fucked. And that's what he means when he says fucked. You're fucked if you think that. Because if you think in terms of what you're not, which is the self-conjured self, then you're always going to be fucked. And that this message of non-duality, no matter what channel you listen to, even if you follow Eckhart Tolle and you follow his ways, his ways of referring to non-duality, and that you should follow and read his books and follow everything he tells you as though he's the guru that knows about Advaita Vedanta, non-duality, unlike any other appearance of a body mind that's ever walked the earth. No. He's no more significant, no better, or no worse than anybody else. And some people look at him like Muji and they kiss him his feet, as though he's Christ himself. Well, he's Jesus Christ, or he's Muhammad, or some other avatar. That's fucking foolishness. It's stupidity. But you see, it's in that ignorance. And then, does anybody have to fucking tolerate it? No. But recognize it, acknowledge it, and then at least fucking mention it. Because if you're going to be speaking in terms of Advaita Vedanta, non-duality, and the message about that, don't go around saying, well, if you don't listen to me, you don't follow what I tell you, and you don't buy my books, and you don't attend my satsangs, well, you're fucked then. It's not it either. That's not it as well. Nothing is 2 by 4 from, about, with, upon, and around anybody. Because there's nobody that matters to. Nothing matters 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around anybody. See, there's the body that takes itself to be somebody, see, and which is what we're not. Then that's a fucked up way of looking at it as well. So you see, the subconscious conjure self thinks that no matter what they conjure up and try to think of some kind of significance about itself, that's what it looks for. That's what it seeks. It's seeking something of significance that it could be part of. But it's already part of the most significant significance of them all, which is the absolute itself. The absolute. Fuck. The absolute. Everything and nothing is separately so and not so. How many times does that have to be fucking said before you finally recognize that you're not that? You're not that holds beliefs. As though you're specifically unique in some particular way. You're better or you're worse. Neither is the case. Because you're not that. You're not the body mind that you're looking at in the mirror. That is just a body mind. You're not that. You're the animating principle that gives life. It's living life through it. Through the appearance of the body mind. That's what we are. We're energy fields. And then the energy form, that's temporary. It's expressing temporarily. It doesn't matter. Now, does it also matter that there's an animating principle and expressing the aliveness of a human corporeal body mind? No. None of that matters. Because you're simply going along with it. You're going along with the absolute. That's the current. You can't go against the current. That's the absolute. You're appearing. And whilst you're appearing, you're temporarily appearing. Now, how you think you're going about doing that is bullshit. Fuck no. Nobody goes about doing that of their own accord, free will, and volition. No. They go along with it. You're going along with it. It's just like an example that's been used by this particular Neo-Advaitin speaker. The person named Birthright Paul Ederman has mentioned about dancing with a gorilla. You're going to continue to dance with the gorilla, and it's holding on to you. It's not letting you go until it's done dancing. Well, that's the same as life. That's the absolute. It's not going to let you go. And even if you're successful, and when I say you, if that self-conscious is something successful of interfering with its own life force, as life is lived through it, there's no escape. Even if it commits suicide, it's not going to escape what it's always been, which is an energy field. Nobody knows what's going to happen to, or nobody knows if anything different happens at all to that which took its own life. But then there's the Neo-Advaitin that says this: well, you were never born, so you were never anybody that was going to die anyway. Because if you weren't born, that means you're not going to die. No, not necessarily. Although we're not the body mind, that's not to say that you're not going to die. Oh, that part of you, when I say part of you, the part that was not you, which is the body mind, yes, that dies. But that which is the animating principle, which is the energy form, the human corporeal quality of conscious energy form, does not die. It reconstitutes somehow. It gets recycled in some way. But that's unknowable. Yet, there's a subconscious conjure that's going to conjure the idea, and it's done that back in the 1990s already, with all of these fanciful conjurings of spiritual teachings, and then it's even thrown in the element of supernal beings, it's thrown in the element of the fact that the Earth may have been a lot younger, billions of years, 1,000 years, or even billions of years ago, and that there were still people on the planet, and that when they were living hundreds of years, because the Earth was a lot younger back then, and so the energetic fields were a lot stronger, and so the duration of time that a body mind held an animating principle was centuries long. Now, one could entertain the idea that the reason why it was like that is because not only was the planet young, but the recycling, there was less recycling of souls. And the recycling with the idea of the reincarnation principle, but not to be the same exact animating principle, energetic movement that was used. It was reorganized. What we are is an energy form of human corporealness. Now that's rearranged. And this is where the reincarnation idea comes from, but it's not going to be the exact same recognition of the exact same type of energy field. The energy field constantly changes and it manifests on a particular frequency, and it will be a different frequency next time. But the manner by which that is negotiated and how that manifests and appears after it disappears, and after the animating principle that's animating that particular body mind action figure from appearing humanly corporeal will appear humanly corporeal in some other way perhaps, or even upon some other planet, Earth-like planet throughout the infinite universe. It might appear somewhere over there, but it won't be able to justify and know that. It might have dreams. That particular body mind might have dreams that it recalls and remembers of being, the existing and being. When I say being alive within a body mind that was looking upon the horizon and saw 3 moons, or even 2 suns during the day, 2 suns instead of 1, something along those lines. I need to get this away from so much light being emitted right there. There's too much light. Let's try to block that. That light's not interfering, is it? It's the brightness from there, though. So I need to reduce the contrast. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, does it? Anyway, see the appearances. This body mind used to be, to some degree, used to care and thought it mattered about how it appeared before others. Yeah, to a certain degree, there should be cleanliness to some degree. There should be some degree of hygiene, exercise. Yeah, that may be so. But the appearance of a body mind, especially the face, there's so much importance given via the subconscious conscious self. Subconscious conscious self is so self-centered that really matters a bit more than it should regarding the appearance. Because let's say you have a Neo-Advaitin and they appear in a particular way. If you're going to focus upon the appearance of the messenger or the Neo-Advaitin that's sharing this information, then that's very foolish to think in terms of, oh, well, the way that they appear is what really matters, not what they're saying. So as they appear, whatever they're saying has no real significance and doesn't really matter what they're saying. No. Overall, nothing matters how a Neo-Advaitin appears. In other words, it doesn't matter how that body-mind action figure appears as a Neo-Advaitin speaker. What matters is what is being stated. What is being stated and why is that being stated? And in what way is it being stated? So, perhaps it's better to have more than one in just many different ways of expression, examples, using and taking the message of Advaita Vedanta, Neo-Advaitin message regarding non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, and then having many different, and make it the countenance innumerable of so many different ways of presenting the message. So many different ways of presenting it, because it's going to happen that way anyway. Even, I mean, I'm not referring to, this body-mind action figure is not referring to an intent of intentionally differing in the manner by which the message of Advaita Vedanta is shared. That's not what is being stated here. what's being stated is that it's going to happen anyway. Because remember, it's always, always. So whatever other ways are going to appear and manifest, they're going to manifest anyway. And in a natural way. It's not going to manifest intentionally. It's going to manifest in a natural way. Every single different body, mind, action figure that happens to become involved with these facts that everything and nothing is inseparably so, not so, that there is no separation whatsoever anywhere to be found, that everything is interconnected, everything is oneness, it's all interconnected, perfect balance, already laid out, whole, perfect, complete, just as it is. Nothing needs to be added, no teachings need to be added, nothing new has to be added. No, everything is already laid out as it is. And if it hasn't been stated before in any language, or something, some idea hasn't been brought up yet, that's simply because some particular body, mind, action figure is thinking in terms of being exposed to something new. And it thinks it's being exposed to something new because it hadn't heard about it before. But that's not to say that it never was. It's always been. Everything is always, always. In other words, all ways it could be stated. Just because it's stated and it has yet to be heard by a particular body, mind, action figure, does not make that permanently so. Or does not make that some new knowable that's been added to that which was not knowable. Everything is knowable and unknowable. Absolutely everything. Just because it hasn't been heard by a particular body, mind, action figure does not make it, oh, all of a sudden there was something that was discovered. It was once unknowable, but now it's knowable. No, it doesn't work that way. Never has worked that way. It's just simply another thought form, another idea, another concept, and simply another different way to express. It's just a different way to express. It's not to say that, oh, that's another separate, unique way of expression, and there's no other thought that's ever been conjured like that ever before. No, not to look at it that way as well. Again, there's no separation. Everything cannot be looked upon as though there are separate things within the absolute of everything and nothing that apparently appears to be so and not so. Everything is just an apparent appearance, and that is empty fullness, but nobody knows how it is so and not so. Nobody knows how it could be both. It could both be appearing as something that's permanent, that seems to be exclusively so, but it's not. It's also impermanently not so. So it's both.
The disease of alcoholism, and they said, hey, well, some people would say, when you're drinking and using, it's like dancing with a gorilla. You're going to stop when the gorilla wants to stop. And I had ample experience of that, so I was clear. I just needed the right key. And when I realized I'm not that, so when I drink and use, something takes over the apparatus and is apt to do almost anything. Now, it comes down a little bit, yes, and now the apparatus, but the idea of being the apparatus is still there. So there's craziness as the apparatus, then it simmers down, but there's still a sense of being the apparatus, and then there's guilt and remorse. All this fucking guilt and remorse and blame comes in and catches the same apparatus, because the identification as self it's not based on how crazy it gets. It's what's giving the meaning to how crazy it gets. So you start seeing this stuff. You have the eyes to see. It's right out there. All you need is sort of like, if you were doing a translation like they do with hieroglyphics, supposedly. I don't know what they do. Just using it. So don't, if you're a fucking ancient language translator. But usually they see enough hieroglyphics, they see certain patterns, they see a certain image that's used a lot. So that becomes the key to understanding the other stuff. Yeah? Oh, that image represents a man or something. And then, so now the whole block of hieroglyphics with a couple of keys, they can decipher it, they can understand it. It's not a great example, but so this is the way. Non-duality gives you a few keys, right? First of all, what are the two tides of this whole event? Duality, yeah? So, and then once you get the key, then you'll see the patterns of duality. Just like where they used to say, one of the original appearance shapes of appearance in the dreaming is spiral in the world. So you say, oh, now you see every shell and you see spiral, yeah? You've been given a key to what? To understand something that wasn't understood or understood through ignorance. So the non-duality and so is like a key. Yeah, some of the things they say. The fundamental key is there's a non-existent thing that's taken to be existing. And taking itself to be existing tends to bring about a lot of dis-ease. And therefore it seeks to get relief. And some of the seeking to get relief got standardized and is now called spiritual fucking searches. Yeah? Yeah? So now, and so you can see the non-existent thing taking itself to be existing wants to get salvation for itself. Of course, who wouldn't if it's shitty? Salvation may be just going into the bathroom for 5 minutes and taking a break from whatever's going on. Yeah? So far out, but it's fundamentally flawed because you're not the non-existent thing. So they're not saying, all right, as a non-existent thing, if you do all this, no. Non-duality takes you before the formulations and says, no, netty, not that. It's just simple. It doesn't give you any pronouncement. It just says not to. So every time you see the act of two-ness, which is duality and dualism, because in this sense, we're in dualism right now. Sometimes we're feeling like we're the subject. I'm doing this, yes. And sometimes we feel like an object. I'm being done to by someone. That's dualism. What non-duality says not to. So maybe instead of looking from all of these conditions, now you see them with these eyes of non-duality, and information gets downloaded. Yeah? And you may find that you're onto something. And suddenly it hits a sufficient enough mass. It can happen all of a sudden or whatnot, it doesn't matter. But it becomes a sufficient enough mass where the 80-20 interest and attention ratio is now 51 on silence side and 49 on yapping side, let's say. Makes all the difference in the world here, traveling lighter. So you're going to keep hearing the mechanism. Yes, that's what it is. It's a mechanism. As long as there's life, it's going to say it's my life. Yeah, you better get ready for it, because if you're thinking you're going to turn off what's actually never really been on, it's pointless. It's just going to go and go while you're going and going. Yeah, so, and you'll see that mostly what wants to get out of the body situation is the body identification. You see it finally. So now, okay, you present these little, hey, this is what's going to happen. The lion is not going to get the message it's a lion. Even no matter how close you get, or how long you spend, or what posture you get in, lion posture, whatever, it's not going to get through because there's an identification as a sheep.
All right, enough of that. And the damn siren sound. That was a little annoying, wasn't it? Well, take your pick, eh? Fucking self-conjured conjure self is going to take their pick anyway. One way or the other. It's going to continue to opinionate if it's still riddled with terminal uniqueness. And that is stated, that means still self-identifying with all those dualities, all those conditions. Am I smart enough or am I not smart enough? It looks like it gauges its worthiness based on what it feels it has done, or what it feels it needs to do, activities it needs to prove it has done, evidence. Just as with academic degrees, academia. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about unless you have a degree, a master's degree in what you're talking about. So, there is no validity in what you say unless you have a master's degree in what you're referring to and talking about. Bullshit. That has never been the case. Yes, it's helpful to be book learned to some degree. But just because a person is book learner, has degrees after its last surname, or it's surnamed, and it has a PhD at the end, or some other kind of degree, and they have a special field of specialty, does not make them better than everybody else that does not have that particular degree in that particular field. So it's never been about that. It's not ever been about what you know. It doesn't matter how smart and how intellectually adroit, just like with Stephen Hawking, Einstein, Albert Einstein, any of these scientists, or looked upon as great thinkers, the greatest thinker, or even the philosophers, any of them, Socrates, Descartes, Nietzsche, any of these philosophers, and including all the other past Neo Advaitins speakers, or the past non-duality speakers, including the gurus, Ramana Maharshi, and referred to a whole slew of them. I mean, there's a whole bunch of them that are available, and you can hear the different. There's even a live Advaita TV. See, you can actually go to that. You can go right here to Advaita TV, and let me see if I can scroll that down so you can see that. So you can go to Advaita TV, and it's live. Let's click on that and check it out now. See what's on there. See, live streams. They repeat them over and over again, different segments.
It's not interesting. Right? The core of Advaita is understanding what Advaita means. And the not to. That there is not a subject that is connected with all kinds of objects. For the subject is an idea. You can never find a subject.
No.
And in the English language, the word subject has many explanations. Betekenis, meanings.
Yeah.
Subject is the person who acts. Well, in this case, in Advaita, the subject is that what sees.
That what sees.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That what hears. The knowing,
Yeah.
or the awareness, or the consciousness.
But last time we talked about it, that sounds so logical. There must be something that perceives the world.
Yes.
That
There must be perceiving, otherwise there isn't a world.
yeah.
You don't know. You cannot know yourself when there is no seeing. And there is no consciousness.
Yeah.
And so simple is it.
Yeah, but at the same time, the moment that one takes oneself as a separate knower, or a separate, a unique knower or perceiver, that's not Advaita. That's not the message either. See, it could be so easily misconstrued, especially if that particular Neo-Advaitin is speaking in a language that's not of its native language. That right there, that particular Neo-Advaita speaker is obviously not speaking in their native tongue. Therefore, they're struggling with the English language because they're trying to use the English language to convey the message of Advaita Vedanta non-duality, and it's not going to come across completely and entirely, and there's going to be gaps, and there's going to be misconceptions, because not enough words are being used to convey the full impact of the message of Advaita Vedanta. The full impact of Advaita Vedanta and not to or no separation, or that which is everything and nothing apparently appearing both real and unreal, that which is everything and nothing, inseparably so and not so, always, all ways. And if that is not spoken of thoroughly enough using the English language, if the English language is going to be used, then there's going to be a lot of missing. There's going to be a lot of missing energy transference, so to speak, or the effectiveness of the message of Advaita Vedanta non-duality will wane. It will not reach that which we are. It will continue to only hit that which we're not. That which we're not will keep seizing and grabbing everything that is stated if the words are few. If there are few words, whenever a Neo-Advaitin is sharing the message of non-duality, then the questioner is going to be very clever. The self-conjured self, that is, that's that questioner has yet to be starved. But the self-conjured self that self-identifies with itself, it has a sense of separation, or a sense as a separate self, and it's going to take those few words that are stated and say, no, I still don't get it. No, I don't know what he's talking about. He's not answering my question. I don't hear anything different than I've heard with other non-duality speakers. Well, that's probably because you still have only been exposed to it just for a little bit, a short period of time, compared to all the time that you've learned, all the time that you thought you had to learn. Had to learn what? The ways of the world. Ways of what world? Of societal structure. And what's that about? Well, that's the academic system, obviously. That everything that was learned in academia, all the book learning and all that doesn't fucking matter at all. It only matters in a sense to be economically viable if you're going to go through school and just to use that as a way of accessing gainful employment after you're done with that. That's the only purpose that serves right there. That doesn't serve anybody that believes that they are going to satisfy their seeking. Because what they're seeking for is going to always begin from that which they are not. That which are not, which is thought to be somebody that's seeking to improve and to know more than it, and to become more than it already is. It's already whole, complete, and going along with everything else. But when it starts having terminal uniqueness, it thinks it needs to know and seek more spiritual teachings and understandings, then all it's going to do is interfere with that which you already were anyway. You're already mingling. You're always already mingling. What is? The appearance. Just the appearance itself. Not what it knows. It has nothing to do with what it knows or what it does. So whatever an action figure is doing, any kind of meditative practice or any type of lotus bodily stance or yogic prostration or position, none of that matters. Anything that it knows, a knowledge base of teachings and knowings, that and also, of course, again, doings, that it needs to enunciate mantras over and over again. None of that matters. It has nothing to do with the knowing. It has nothing to do with the doing. It's in the being, the simplicity of the beingness seen of presence. You're already that. You always have been that. You're already mingling with the absolute that way. Nothing needs to be done. Nothing else needs to be done. Nothing else needs to be done. That's it. That's the bottom line, man. Not much more needs to be said about it.